Hello, everybody, and welcome to Playtendoguy. Andy, I don't know what happened there. I messed up the intro. Hey, everybody, and welcome to Wednesday night live stream with me, Pete. We've also got Andy from Forgotten World of Movies here, as well as Mike again. And tonight we've got our special guest, Keith from Euphoria Pictures. Thanks for joining, Keith.
Hi, lads. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you on the stream. I hope we're all doing well. I'm only going to ask one question as always. What was the last film you guys watched? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Sure. I'll do the last film I watched. The last film I saw at the cinema. So the last film I saw at the cinema was Jackass Forever. Fucking hilarious. Absolutely loved it. It delivered on everything I wanted it to. It was great. If you love your kaiju movies, you'll love the intro to this movie. It's phenomenal. And the last movie I watched at home was Wayne's World 2. Just finished watching it this afternoon.
Great.
Love those movies.
Yeah. Did you get the new Blu-ray that was recently released?
I got an import. It was about £10 cheaper than buying them both together. So it worked on the player I got, so I was happy. They look great.
I got the first one ordered from Rare Waves for about £3 on Blu-ray, so that's not too bad.
Great.
So I just got to wait for that. When that'll come, probably be another month's time now on Rare Waves. But yeah. What was the last film you watched, Keith?
Moonfall.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Leave it at that.
The way you talked about it on your video, I couldn't stop but laughing.
Yeah, I really just it's only when people started leaving comments on that video and they were talking about Moonfall. There's things that I even missed. Like someone was telling me that Halle Berry's hair kept changing in the movie. 1 minute it was short, then it was long, then it was short, then it was long. Like that's how just ridiculous that movie is. He just didn't give a shit. Crazy. Awful.
Wow.
Will you just bear with me for 1 second? My audio has gone completely pear-shaped. I don't know what's going on, but I'm just going to leave for a second and come right back.
That's okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Second.
Yeah, that's brilliant. What was I going to say? Do you want to say what film you were watching, Mike?
Yeah, the last film I watched was Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Mainly because the new one comes out on Friday.
Netflix.
And yeah. I had been rewatching all of them a while back, but for some reason I missed out 2, and 2 is the one that I probably haven't seen in the longest time. So yeah, I just watched that last night.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I like 2. I've had like a funny history with it because I remember the first time I saw it, I was a bit perplexed by it just because it's so different to the first one. It's more like goofy, more comedy. And I think when I got the Arrow limited edition version of it, like quite a few years back, I remember watching it then, and I remember I couldn't get through it. I just couldn't finish it. Obviously, I did finish it, but it was a real struggle. But when I rewatched it this time, I enjoyed it so much more. It's a really good film.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
For me, I watched quite a few Dario Argento films. I watched Phenomena on Monday night. Really enjoyed it.
Great movie.
Watched Tenebrae last night. Absolutely loved it. And watched a bit of Demons, about half of Demons, but I had to turn it off because my dad got scared. Honestly, he was like, turn it off.
That film scared the shit out of me when I was younger. Someone only just asked me that question recently, what film scared me the most when I was younger, and I did say that movie.
I honestly wasn't expecting it. After watching the previous Dario Argento films, I was not expecting like how visceral that one was. But it's great practical effects and all that, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, as some people who are watching might not have subscribed to your channel, Keith, do you want to promote your channel on here and tell them what your channel's about?
I am just a simple person who just loves collecting movies. I collect every kind of collectible there is. When it comes to movie busts, statues, 4K, Blu-ray, 3D, media books, steel books, anything. I collect them all, and I'm very passionate as well about what I collect. And I've been told very recently that I'm incredibly enthusiastic as well, which people seem to like. So, so yeah, if you want to be semi-entertained, by all means, come over to my channel.
Yep. If you're not subscribed to Keith's channel already, his link is in the description down below. Definitely give him a subscription. One of the best on YouTube.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Right. Let's get into the comments. We have got quite a few. We have got Creeping It Friel saying hello, dudes. Thanks for joining. Have you watched the Book of Boba Fett yet?
Nope.
I haven't watched it.
No. What about you, Andy?
I started it, but I checked out about the third episode. It's something I need to get back into.
I can see where you're coming from.
I'm sort of finding what Disney's doing with Star Wars a bit like the MCU. I'm just getting a bit oversaturated with it, as it were. But I've heard the series does pick up as it goes on. From what I've heard
It definitely does.
It's quite something special. But yeah, it's just finding the time to get back into it.
Yeah, I agree. I binge watched it over the weekend. The first 3 or 4 episodes were very mixed bag. First couple of episodes were all right. 3 and 4 were a bit of a struggle, but 5, 6, and 7, brilliant. But I won't say nothing else. But yeah, definitely worth trying to give the rest of the series a go.
Yeah.
Creeping It Friel says, "What's your favourite Indiana Jones film?" Last Crusade for me, I would say. What about you, Andy?
Unpopular one, Temple of Doom. That was my introduction to Indiana Jones. I just remember as a kid turning the TV on and seeing this scene where this guy was being lowered into this pit, and I was like, "What is this? This is something amazing and special." And it sort of just blew my mind a little bit. The whole the cart chase sequence at the end and the bit on the rope bridge, it was just amazing. It blew my mind as a kid, and that's why it's my favorite one, because it was my intro into Indiana Jones.
Yeah, it's good choice. What about you, Mike?
Yep, same. Temple of Doom. I don't really get the hate that it seems to get. I absolutely love it. I love. It's just a great action film. Yeah, like all of the bits that Andy's said. I love the beginning of it as well. In the is it Club?
The Club, yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah. It's just such a fun scene. But yeah, I love that film.
Yeah. What about you, Keith?
Kingdom. Go Shia LaBeouf. No, we're messing. No, Last Crusade is my favourite. I thought the adding in Sean Connery, the chemistry between Harrison Ford and Sean Connery,
totally agree.
Absolute golden. And yeah, that was always my favourite. He was missed in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It was a shame they couldn't get him back.
Yeah, I agree.
That.
Yeah. Instead, we got Shia LaBeouf instead and some CGI monkeys. Right. Whether this is an announcement, but apparently we're getting a Blue's Clues movie.
Okay.
Fair enough. They turn anything into a film these days, so it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Wow.
We've got this guy here saying hello, thanks for joining.
Hello.
Thank you.
We've got Sincero Gaming here. What's up, Tendo? Thanks for joining. Right, here we go. We've got Paul here. Evening, gents. Hope you're all well. The big question is, who's got the Batman tickets booked? And out of 1 out of 10, how excited for the movie are you? What about you, Andy?
Yes, my tickets. I've got my ticket booked. Friday the 4th, I think.
Yeah, I think it is on a Friday when it comes out, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm seeing it at 7 o'clock, and on a scale of 1 to 10, probably about an 8.
Yeah, sounds about realistic. I don't
Yeah.
think it will disappoint. I don't think it will disappoint, but there's always that worry, isn't there?
Yeah. I've tried not to watch too many trailers, or at least try to watch them too many times, just because this is a movie I want to go into with knowing as little as possible.
It feels like Warner Brothers are chucking them trailers out at the moment, like little mini ones for like 30 seconds. They seem to be plastered all over YouTube just lately.
Yeah. I'll be the first to admit I was not keen on Robert Pattinson being cast, but of recent times he has slowly started to win me over a bit with the movies he's doing now. So it's just one of those where time will tell. Yeah.
Sorry, lads, not to interrupt again. My audio is gone again. Now, what's happening is my dipshit brother, who I told was I'm on a stream tonight, it keeps ringing me, and every time he rings me, my audio dips and it doesn't come back. So I have to leave again, but I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to text him and tell him to feck off. Right.
That's normally me with my uncle. He normally rings me during the streams. But I told my parents, ring him up now, so we don't ring up during the stream. Have you got your tickets booked, Mike?
Not yet. I'll probably wait until maybe the week after. I'll wait until it's a little bit less busy. On a scale of 1 to 10, maybe, probably like a 7 or an 8. I think, like you guys have said, I've tried to steer clear of trailers and stuff. And I think what you said, Pete, I don't think it will be disappointing, but you never know, do you?
Yeah. There's always that worry.
Yeah.
But me, I haven't got the tickets booked because they're not showing it till the end of March here for some reason.
Wow.
We live in the back of beyond. That's why they don't show it until like a month after original release. But yeah, I'll definitely try and give it a go if it is here. But yeah, I'm really excited for it. 8.5, 9 out of 10. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Right. We've got Edward here. And I watched this trailer before we went live because I wondered if somebody would ask us. Evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. What's your thoughts on the new Chippendale Rescue Rangers movie and trailer?
I've not seen it.
Have you guys seen?
Yeah,
I've not seen it.
No.
I used to watch Chippendale like a lot as a kid, but I've not seen this new. I've just not got round to watching this new trailer yet.
From what I'm gathering, it's going to be Disney's equivalent to Space Jam: A New Legacy.
Oh fuck!
One of them's CGI'd and one of them's animated, and they're all in the real world, like some sort of like Roger Rabbit sort of thing.
Okay.
Fair enough.
And they've got the cats, the CGI cats from the movie Cats in as well. Your reaction.
You've got to laugh at me.
Disney hasn't got a clue on what they're doing, have they?
No.
Oh. Have you seen the trailer for the new Chippendale movie, Keith?
I haven't. No. Well, I didn't even know there was one coming out.
Yeah, it's certainly something.
Okay, so in other words, don't look at it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's basically like what they've done with Home Alone and like Ice Age. Let's take something people like and let's fuck it up, because that's essentially what they're doing.
Yeah. Right. It seems to be a common thing, a common theme nowadays.
Yeah.
Certainly does. But yeah. Next up, we've got Dr. Impossible, The Counterpunch, 1984. He says, I bloody well hope Keith's got the red phone set for ordering those drinks. Could be a long live stream tonight. Evening, gents.
Don't worry, she's on call. She's waiting. I just have to signal. I just have to give her a signal. That's it.
Thanks for joining, mate. We've got Koroshia Ichi here. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining, Koroshia.
Right.
Dr. Impossible's saying hello to Coro. We've got David Beach here, and he's saying, hi, guys. This is going to be a good evening tonight. Hope you're all doing good. Yeah, doing quite well. Thanks for joining, David. We've got Matt V Movies here. Evening all. Evening,
Hey,
Matt.
Matt.
Thanks for joining. I should just have a sign saying thanks for joining, and I'll just pop it up and say that. We've got Jules here. Good evening, everyone. How are you all?
Hi, Jules.
Yeah.
Doing well.
All good, yeah.
Hope you're feeling better.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got Bumper Movies here. Evening all. New Texas Chainsaw Massacre this Friday. Are you guys looking forward to it?
No.
Curious about it. I'm not sure.
I've been burnt so many times by this franchise, and I can't see it being different, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of the most inconsistent horror franchises.
Yeah.
It's just up and down all over the place.
I think it's one of them things now that if they screw this one up, they just need to leave it alone and be done with it.
Yeah.
There's just so many movies in that franchise that I can't even sit down and watch anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also the fact that it's on Netflix and it's only just had its first trailer a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like nothing really's been said about it. I mean,
No.
The trailer looked all right, and then they got the phones out, putting it on like social media, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
But the bit where he got the chainsaw after the guy, I was like, all right, and fair enough, I'll give it a chance.
Correct me if I'm wrong as well. Isn't this the third sequel to the original movie?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's going to be so they're ignoring the other ones, aren't they, as well?
Because you had Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, obviously the sequel to the first one, and then you had a load of others, but then you had Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, which was like a direct sequel to the first one, and now this one's basically just doing the same thing, like copying that one. But I don't know what it's going to do differently this time.
It's basically just going to do like a Halloween 2018 try and do a reboot and a sequel at the same time.
In all fairness to Halloween, at least Halloween only done it once. You know what I mean? It's this is getting absolutely crazy. It's almost like, oh, that we failed again. Oh, we'll try it again in a couple of years. You know, it's just give up.
But how old is Leatherface supposed to be in this film? Like 70 or 80?
Something like that, yeah.
Well, he moves around really well for his age, huh?
Yeah.
Right. Dr. Impossible says, he's talking to Koroshia. Bumper Movie says, waiting on Keep Startup Connection, haha.
Right. He's actually cost me a lot of money this week. He has he put up something that I've been trying to buy for a long time. It might even be rarer than the Evil Dead bus that I showed off last week.
Wow.
It's the Puppet Master Collection. And it's a company in America called, I think they're called Full Moon something they're called anyway, but they were doing a huge sale on this this Puppet Master collection. It comes in this huge trunk. It's the trunk that your man carries around in the film with him, that he has all the dolls in.
Yeah.
And it's a big trunk. And it went on sale, and I think it was like $125. So the minute he done a video on it, and I instantly snapped it up. And it's actually sold out now, so thank God that he actually done that video, because if he didn't, I probably would never get it.
Cool.
Nice.
I'll have to check out his video on that.
Yeah.
Right. I think you were talking about this, Keith, before the stream. Matt says, any of you picking Escape from LA on 4K next week?
Oh, I have it pre-ordered. I do. The Paramount are doing. There's a standard release, and there's also a special edition of it, where you can get the usual like postcards and posters and all that. So I went for the more limited of the two. So yeah, I have definitely that coming.
That's good. What about you, Andy? Are you thinking about picking it up?
I don't know. Is the answer, because I'm not the biggest fan of that film. It's okay for what it is. I think it's not John Carpenter's best work. Certainly not as good as New York. It's got some good moments in it. Like I like the small parts with Bruce Campbell in it, but it just wasn't for me, that movie.
Mm.
And it's tough for me to spend out on the 4K because I'd only really want to spend on the 4K if I enjoyed the movie. I know it's going to be something I'm going to rewatch. But Escape from LA is just not that movie.
Yeah, because isn't it like 25 quid for a standard release of the 4K? Yeah.
That's the one thing I've noticed with 4K at the moment. It's very expensive.
Yeah.
Mm.
It is. Them standard releases, they're around 5 months ago. Them standard releases used to be £20. Now all of a sudden they're 25 for some strange reason.
You do get the Blu-ray with it as well, don't you? Because I know a few of them are now starting just to be the 4K disc on its own, yet still charging like 20, 25 quid.
I think you do get the Blu-ray with it.
Yeah. It's a bit naughty if you don't, I think.
Yeah. Even though I don't see the purpose of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because like you get a Blu-ray with it, you're never going to watch it. You're buying it for the 4K, so why throw it in?
The Blu-rays used to do it, didn't they? You bought the Blu-ray, you get the DVD.
Yeah.
And then that stopped.
Well,
Well,
I don't know what to make of it, but if they don't include the Blu-ray and made the cost a little bit cheaper, then you can totally get on board. But the problem is they don't. They take it away and still charge the same amount, if not more.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? Are you picking up Escape from LA on 4K?
I'm not sure as well because I do want to get the limited one because I'm a huge John Carpenter fan and I'll get any sort of limited editions. But like Andy, I don't really like the film, and also I think the limited one's a little bit pricey for what you're getting because I don't think you're getting any new special features in it or anything. And it would have been nice if they'd included the soundtrack to the film because that one's quite hard to come by. So I think it's just the price which is kind of putting me off. But I don't know. I think I will probably cave and get it. Yeah.
Yeah. How much is the special edition?
£35.
Yeah, not too bad. Some of them are like 50 quid. Wasn't like the Thing one about 40, 50 quid, and it came in that like really thin cardboard stuff.
That one was 40, but I think the reason why it was 40 because I think it included the other film in it as well. And it included the soundtrack. Yeah. So it was essentially two films. Yeah.
Yes, it's not too bad. It's just the packaging for me. It was like really thin cardboard. A lot of people were getting damaged boxes.
Well, that's another thing with this Escape from LA one. I'm wondering if it's going to be the same packaging because it's the same company, Studio Canal. So
no, Escape from LA is not it's not Studio.
Oh, is it not?
No, Paramount.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's I think it's just from what I can see by the pictures, it actually just looks like a standard. Even the limited edition looks like it looks like the thickness of a standard release. So I think it's just it looks like maybe a slightly bigger slipcase than a regular slipcase, and then they just have postcards and a few posters thrown in as well on the side. So that's the kind of impression I get from it.
Yeah.
What? Right. Next up, we've got Alan here, Kermit's Ghost. Hi, P, Andy, Mike, and Keep, and everyone in the chat. Hey,
Hi, Alan.
Thanks for joining.
Great to see Alan back.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Always look forward to watching his videos on a Monday and his coffee from McDonald's. We've got Matt here, and he's saying the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness trailer looks interesting. Have you guys seen the trailer?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you haven't seen it, Mike? Wow.
I don't want to see it.
Certainly... No.
Just because I'd rather just not be spoiled by anything, really.
Yeah.
It definitely lives up to the madness part of the title anyway.
It certainly does.
It does look. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is going to be another well, without spoiling it, this is going to be another No Way Home type of movie, shall we say?
Yeah.
I agree.
I think this is giving very, very little away, but but giving us enough.
It's hard. It's hard. You can't talk about it again because you wouldn't want to spoil it. But there was a lot going on in that trailer.
Yeah.
So, very exciting.
Yeah, I agree. After Endgame, I thought I'm done with Marvel. Checking out. There's nothing more they can do about it. Fair enough. Black Widow was more of a stopgap. Should have really been released a couple of waves ago, but. With Spider-Man, Shang-Chi, and with this, they seem to be going interesting new directions. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
There seems to be a little more. Again, there seems to be a little bit more. Like they're not as consistent with this phase. I watched Black Widow there not so long ago for the first time. I thought it was very average. And I have that Eternals coming now as well, and I've heard terrible things about that as well. Yeah. So a little bit inconsistent seems to be with this phase at the moment. But then, having said that, they brought out some incredible films like Spider-Man. So
that's true. Because we've got Thor: Love and Thunder in the summer as well, and another Black Panther at the end of the year. So it'll be interesting to see how them two go as well.
But Black Panther is very interesting because I'm still trying to wrap my head around that movie, how they're going to do it.
Yeah, I agree. It is the most interesting of all of them, how they're going to do it without Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Right, we have Arthur W. Berlin here. Hello all, question for everyone. What are your thoughts on David Walliams as a comedian? He's a very good writer for children's books.
I agree with that. I don't know, I don't really know him that well. All I remember from him is from Little Britain, and even with that, it was very repetitive.
Yeah.
And that, so I can't really say much. I honestly wouldn't know him when it comes to, again, that's all I know him from.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
I've got a lot of respect for him. He's a clever bloke. He is funny when he wants to be. I thought he did work really, really well with Matt Lucas. I thought that was a great partnership. As much as though the TV shows that they did together don't really hold up anymore, shall we say? But he's fine. He's never really bothered me. I do like it when he's on. I don't get why he's doing Britain's Got Talent now. I think that's really beneath him. If I'm honest,
I do agree there.
His talent exceeds that show. But I've got respect for him. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Honestly, I've not really seen him in much. I think the only time I've ever seen him is if he's on like a chat show or something talking about his latest project. But yeah, I've not really watched much from him, to be honest.
I do remember he was on Graham Norton once, and funnily enough, he was on Graham Norton with Kurt Russell, and he got him to sign his Escape from New York poster.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Remember that?
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Is that the one where Kurt Russell is playing baseball?
I can't remember. I think he was promoting the Santa Claus Chronicles or something like that.
Oh yeah, Christmas Chronicles. Yeah.
Yeah, Christmas Chronicles. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he was. David Walliams was on it. He just got him to sign his poster for him. It was either Escape from New York or Big Trouble. It was one of those. But yeah.
Oh, that's good. Right. Right. Yeah, Alan watched the Doctor Strange trailer and said there's so much in it and lots to look forward to. Best way to put it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Koshi Ichi's on about the Halloween 4Ks from Shout Factory and his 16 porn movies from Vinegar Syndrome. Wow. We've got Matt V Movies also saying, which surround format do you prefer, Dolby or DTS?
I don't know why, but
DTS more cinematic.
It's actually weird. I was going to say Dolby. I don't know why, but I just find Dolby packs more of a punch. And you kind of think that maybe Dolby is the preferred choice nowadays, because a lot of 4K releases now, you get 9 out of 10 times it is Atmos, more than DTSX. So I'm presuming it's the preferred 4K choice as well. So yeah, Dolby for me.
What about you, Mike? Andy?
I don't know. It's not really something I've got into. I mean, as long as I can hear the movie, I'm happy. But yeah, it's something I've never really sort of delved into. You know, between the two, it's something I'm going to have to look at. I can't really give an educated answer on that, really. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Same, really. I don't really have a proper like sound system set up, so I can't really say. I know my 4K TV has got pretty good inbuilt sound, and it does have the capability to play like Dolby Atmos back. And Dolby Atmos is probably the only one that I can hear a difference when it's playing back to me. I think it was when I watched Jaws on 4K. There was things on the soundtrack that I'd never noticed before. So yeah, I'd probably have to say Dolby just from that sort of experience.
Yeah. Again, like you, Andy and Mike, I don't really pay much attention to it, but I do notice, like with you, Mike, some films do sound better. Like if you've got Dolby Atmos on the Blu-ray, there is a noticeable difference. I know I haven't got like a proper speaker setup; it mostly comes through the TV, but there is a real difference in the sound quality.
Just a bit more of a presence.
Yeah.
Koroshiichi says, do you consider DN on the Dolby tracks when comparing? We have Roberta here saying hello. Hello, Roberta.
Hello.
We have Matt H saying, are you looking forward to the new season of Stranger Things?
But I've never seen the first 3, so probably not.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I've watched them, but for me, it's a show that it tries to capture the 80s, and I don't really think it does it that well. I think the movies that do it, like E.T. and Stand By Me and The Goonies, they're the benchmark. They're the movies that capture that vibe so well. And Stranger Things to me just emulates it. It doesn't quite get there. But I've always, whenever I'm watching Stranger Things, I'm like, I'd rather be watching Goonies or Stand By Me, because those movies do that so well.
Yeah.
You know, I just feel that like whenever I'm watching Stranger Things, it just falls short a bit for me.
I have to admit, I thought that Super 8. I think Super 8 is probably the closest they've gotten to that kind of giving you that 80s vibe. But I can't think of every other film that's attempted it. And that's including even it. Like, it's I love the movie, but it just doesn't. They can't capture that. It's impossible to capture, I think.
No, that train crash in Super 8 is phenomenal. That train crash is something else. Yeah. It's great, but yeah, I completely get what you're saying. It has the token group of kids, even Monster Squad. That really captures it.
Right?
It really does, because you look at the kids' bedroom in Monster Squad, and it's plastered in like Spider-Man stuff, and it feels like a kid's room would have been back in the 80s. But like I don't really think a kid in the 80s would have had like a Thing poster or stuff like that. It's a bit strange. It feels like let's just throw the pop culture in at the time. Yeah, that was big, and because I believe the Thing, when it came out, it really wasn't that well received when it first came out.
No.
It took years for it to be the status it is now.
But E.T. killed that movie.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know, it absolutely destroyed it. It did.
That movie, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mike, what do you think of Stranger Things? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I'll probably watch the new season. I remember when it first came out, I really enjoyed the first season. I thought it was great, but I've found as the show's gone on and the kids have gotten older, they've become more annoying as each season's gone on. I don't know why. It's just because they all kind of become teenagers, and typical teenagers are just really whiny and annoying. And yeah, so I'd say the first season is really good, but 2 was okay. 3 wasn't that great. So I don't know what to make of 4, but I'll probably still watch it anyway just to see how the story carries on.
Right. I've only ever seen like about the first half of like season 1, and then just dropped off. It's a series I really want to watch, but first time I watched it, I just like couldn't get into it. I suppose it's definitely one I definitely want to go back and try and watch fully, because there's bits to it I like, but it took a little while to get going, I thought.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm a disaster for that. I do start a lot of TV shows, but I always drop off in them, and it's nothing to do with them being bad. I only just mentioned it on a video I done yesterday. I showed off an Under the Dome edition, and I said in that video that I watched 5 episodes of it, and I thought it was fantastic, and then I just stopped watching it. It's all about time. I honestly think it's about time. It's hard finding time to actually kind of commit to a TV show.
Yeah, I do agree.
Completely agree. Because when I watch a movie, it's like 2 hours or an hour and a half, and it's like it's done. I can watch it. I've got what I want to get out of it, and it's done. It's done. I can come back to it if I want to. But a TV, it's like, oh, when's this going to end?
Yeah.
You know, especially if you're not enjoying it. If you are enjoying it, more power to you. You know, I'd watch it, but it's just, if you're not enjoying a film, you know it's going to end sooner rather than later.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I do gravitate towards movies more than television. But that's me. But yeah,
agree. Absolutely agree.
Yeah,
it's like with me. It's like I'll watch a few episodes, and then if I leave it a day or two, I'll just forget it and move on to something else.
Yeah,
it's so easily done. That's the thing.
I think Cobra Kai is the only show of recent now that I've literally committed to. And again, a large part of that has to do with the fact that they're like 24 minutes long, and I think that helps.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
that's not too bad.
Yeah.
I know I did watch the first 2 episodes on YouTube because they were free for a while because it was done by YouTube. And I actually really enjoyed it. Not being a big fan of Karate Kid, I didn't mind it. So probably will have to give that a go, because a lot of people are crazy over that, saying how good it is.
It's so consistently good. You're waiting for it to drop off and just get bad, but it's not happening. And that, I can only imagine the pressure that's on their shoulders when making a season of this. And yet they keep bringing them out, and they're brilliant.
That's great to hear. Because isn't there another season coming out later this year?
Is it this year? I'm not sure.
Oh, I think they said it was coming out like Christmas or New Year's time.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, it could be.
Probably. But yeah, it's a series I want to get into, but it's just like, again, finding the time to do it. But if they're only like 24 minutes long, isn't too bad.
Yeah.
It's just that I've got that Game of Thrones box set to get into, 7 or 8 seasons, and I don't know whether to start or not.
And some of the episodes of that are like an hour long, or even more.
Yeah. Like the last season, they're like 90 minutes long, I think.
What?
It's like watching a movie.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like the length of a movie. The last one.
It's kind of like The Walking Dead as well. When The Walking Dead first came out, and there was only like 7, 8 episodes a season. And that was grand. It was great. But then as soon as they started going into the whole 18, 19 episodes, then there was just nothing but a pile of just dragged on garbage. And that they put in the middle of it. And it's just, horrible to look at now.
I think the best way to describe Walking Dead is it's an all right show with moments of greatness.
Yes.
That's the best way to describe it. You are never going to get consistently greatness in every episode. No. You'll have moments of it, but it just doesn't deliver throughout. It's very uneven.
I think the first few series are pretty good. I think it's definitely the first one's great, but then it like really goes halfway through, like series 4 or 5, I think it really goes down a bit, quite slows down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It becomes more of a soap with zombies.
See, I thought Walking Dead was at its best when they were constantly moving.
Mm.
You know what I mean? When they were on the road and they were moving, and it was great. But then when they got to that was a hilltop, it
Yeah.
just drags on. Just, my God, move on. And that, if there's this bloody war going on, just leave. You know, it's just it's heartbreaking to watch now. I can't stand it. I used to love it.
Yeah. For me, it's never been better than the second series. I love the second series where they were at the barn, and
yes,
Herschel's keeping all these zombies in this barn because he thinks they can be helped. And I won't dare spoil what happens, but when that comes to a head, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah. It was phenomenal. I don't think the show's ever been topped since that.
No.
That moment. I know season 2 gets a lot of shit, but it's really underrated that second season.
I love the show. It's probably my favorite season as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah. Right. Alan says, have you seen the old H&V store in London, Oxford Street is now an American candy shop? Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Must be a lot of sweets in there, because that's a huge store, isn't it?
I think it was like 2 floors, wasn't it?
Wow.
2 or 3 floors.
I wonder if they're charging as much as H&V does for their candy. Right. Matt says Disney Plus are hiking up the subscription again to £80. What? From 60? Oh, check out Tesco Club Card though, as big savings on the subscription. Yeah, with the Tesco Club Card app, you can get like 3 or 4 months for free with some of your Club Card points. But £80 a year, no, definitely not. Too much.
That's too much.
They don't have the content. Simple as.
That's true.
Yeah.
Because wasn't it £50 when it first came out for a year, or £40?
I think so.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they put it up when this Star come on, and now £80. No way. And Paramount has announced today that Paramount Plus is coming over here. There's too many streaming services and not enough money to go around to have all these streaming services.
No,
you've got Netflix, Amazon, Disney, no doubt some more other ones I can't remember, and this Paramount is ridiculous.
There's too many. I've started having to buy bootleg Blu-rays, if I'm honest, because I will always want to have the movie on a disc.
Yeah.
Always, because a streaming service can pull a movie like that. You know.
Yeah.
Something can happen in the news with an actor or whatever, and they will pull the plug on your favorite movie.
Yeah.
You'll never ever be able to watch that again.
And you're gone into 4K now as well, like you said there before we went on. And when you start watching your 4K movies now, and you start watching streaming films on 4K, you're going to see what I think is a monumental difference in quality. People will say that there's no difference. Trust me, there really is.
Yeah.
And and again, I hate to have to rely on internet to watch my favorite movies. You know, I would rather have them physically.
Yeah, having movies on the internet is like your best friend owning the movie. It's like you can come around and watch it. Yeah. You can come around and watch it, but you can't borrow it. You can't take it with you.
Yes, it's like, exactly.
You know, you can come around and watch it as many times as you want, but you can't take it with you when you've got to go home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing is, like, in the future, as they keep wanting to have this all digital future, what happens when there's troubles with the internet or servers go down or whatever happens in the future? You've lost that film. And especially if you bought them digitally through like Google Play and all that, you've got to have a physical copy. I'd rather pay like £30 for a physical copy of The Mandalorian than buy Disney Plus just to have that.
I have never paid for a subscription in my life, and I have no intention of ever paying for one. And I don't care what comes out. People were saying to me, "Oh, you're missing out on The Mandalorian." I don't care. I will get it someday. I know. I like Andy. I will get a bootleg version of it I don't care. I don't mind waiting. But I am not paying for them streaming services. Not a chance.
Yeah,
Completely agree.
because they don't have everything either.
No.
They don't have everything. You could think of a movie and go, I fancy watching that tonight. Chances are the streaming services won't have it.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll tell you what is a terrible streaming service, BritBox. There's hardly nothing on it.
I've heard that's bad. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I did like a free trial of it. Thankfully, it was a free trial, and it's like, hey, do you remember this show? Oh, here's only 3 episodes of like 5 series. It's like ridiculous. The only thing it's good for is probably Doctor Who, and that's about it.
And not only that as well, but we do have Netflix in here, but we have it because my fiance's brother has it, and he's able to give it out to 5 people, so we have one of them. And I still stick by this, and I don't care what anyone says. I have not seen a good exclusive Netflix film yet. I haven't seen a film that I really, really enjoyed on Netflix. I think, and I've said this to numerous people, I actually think Netflix is the asshole of Hollywood. All the shit goes to it.
Yeah.
I can definitely get that. Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What do you think of it?
Of just streaming services.
Yeah, and Disney Plus going up in price.
Disney Plus, yeah. I don't really understand why they're doing it. I can only really echo what you guys have all said about it, yeah.
Because the thing with Disney that annoys me about Disney Plus is there's things that from Disney that aren't even on there that you can't watch. The Brave Little Toaster is not on Disney Plus, and that's a fucking great movie. And you can't watch it on Disney Plus. It's not on Disney. And it turns me up. It's like we have all this stuff in one place, and it's like, well, you clearly don't, and you're charging through the arse for it.
But a few people were there saying to me as well, they were going on about Disney, and they were like, oh, wait a minute, they have the Disney IMAX. And I was like, and the films are supposed to look incredible. But I'm like, yeah, but how many films is that? 3 or 4?
Yeah.
So, how long is that going to last you for? Like, it's crazy. So, no, definitely not for me.
No.
Yeah.
Right. David saying hello to Alan Kermit's Ghost, and Matt says, what's your favourite movie soundtrack?
How long have you
do you want to go first then, Andy?
One that comes to the 2 that come to mind, I think, for me, the first one's Batman Forever. Say what you will about the movie, the U2 and Seal songs alone are just great. The other one's probably Boogie Nights. I adore that film. The first time I watched it was on DVD, and I was like, sod this, I'm getting the Blu-ray. It's absolutely phenomenal. First half's like the 70s, and the second half's like the 80s, and the plethora of music is phenomenal. It's outstanding.
Absolutely.
It's that movie reminds me so much of Forrest Gump with its pacing. It just doesn't hold up. It doesn't stay in one location too long. It's always on the move. You're never bored. And the soundtrack along the way is phenomenal. Each song suits the scene perfectly. It just works. The music in that movie works so well. I'd throw Forrest Gump in there as well. That soundtrack's fucking killer.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's like if you watch Boogie Nights will give you 70s and 80s, and Forrest Gump will give you 60s. It's so good. Yeah. Those 3 movies, the music in those movies is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Great picks.
Yeah.
Still need to watch Boogie Nights. Still need to watch it.
You're missing out, Pete, because it's true. It's truly a special movie. I love it.
Yeah. Sitting there on the pile, and it's definitely going to be watched sometime. Probably not with the parents, as you said.
No.
Not with the parents. Oh, what about you, Mike?
I think soundtrack, I'd probably have to say Boogie Nights as well. Like literally every song in that film's great. If we're talking like a movie, like a score, Probably have to be something from John Carpenter, maybe maybe Escape from New York. That's a pretty good one, or like Assault on Precinct 13, or The Fog, or something like that.
Yeah, great picks. Keith,
How long is the stream?
as long as you want it to be.
There's some Grease, Dirty Dancing, Footloose, Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, Full Metal Jacket. There's so I can name nearly every 80s movie. Just but like when it comes to scores though, I absolutely 100% agree with Mike. I go straight to John Carpenter, The Fog, and probably Escape from New York, definitely up there. But there's too many.
Right. For me, I'm probably going to pick two. One of them's one of Andy's favourite films, and one of them's one of my recent favourite films. Last American Virgin. Love the soundtrack to that.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant soundtrack, and I'd say Last Night in Soho for like the brilliant 60s soundtrack.
Incredible. Yeah.
What a breath of fresh air that movie was.
Oh my god.
Movie to be so good. Yeah.
I knew I was going to like it. I just didn't realize. I didn't think I'd like it as much as I did. It was unbelievable. It was just one of them films, and I said it in my video when I done a review on it. I was like, "You think this film is going one way? It's not. It really isn't." So it's took me by surprise. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think go back to that again. That Last Night in Soho. I only just found out about this. I couldn't believe it. But that dance sequence in it.
Yeah.
You watch that scene and you think it's kind of like digitally done, but
it's one continuous shot, and they were swapping the actresses in and out, weren't they? It was really well done.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Incredible.
Yeah. They actually put a documentary up on YouTube as the film released that had Edgar Wright talking how he was doing it. It was really interesting to watch.
Amazing.
He's quite a talent. He always looks quite young, Edgar Wright. He never looks. He always has like a youthful look about him. It's like, how can this guy like direct this movie? This movie is phenomenal. A bit like Paul Thomas Anderson, because I think he directed Boogie Nights when he was like 26, and that's phenomenal as well. But the only Edgar Wright movie I wasn't really keen on was Scott Pilgrim. That was the only one that didn't win me over.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah, but what he did with Last Night in Soho, what a follow up to Baby Driver as well. Like,
it's a shame when you think about Edgar Wright, because, like you said, he had that Baby Driver, then he done the Last Night in Soho, and you can't help but think, what would Ant-Man have been like if he didn't get fired from that? It would have been so great to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a shame that Last Night in Soho flopped at the box office and all. I think it only got like half of what its budget was, like 20-odd million.
Yeah, but Pete, that is going to find. I'm telling you now, that has cult written all over it.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
It is, and it will make its money back on like sales, Blu-ray sales, and that. There was a film I just watched recently. I can't now remember what it was. It was a very mundane horror movie that I watched, and I was only checking it up. Oh, do you know what it was? I don't know if you've ever seen a film called Dead End. Did you see that, Andy, by any chance? It's this family they're driving home for Christmas, I think they are, and they get stuck on this road that just never ends, and they're all being picked off one by one. But anyway, it was a straight-to-DVD film, but it was a phenomenal horror movie. And again, not many people know about it out there. And it had a budget of around something like 2 million. It had no budget at all, and just by DVD sales and rents, it actually made nearly 80 million. So it kind of just gives you an idea, and that was back in the 90s. So it kind of just gives you an idea of what these movies do make when they kind of come out on physical media. And that's someone actually said, no film truly loses money. They get it back in the end, somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they do recoup physical sales. Yeah.
Hopefully Disney will listen to it and then release Mandalorian on Blu-ray. And
there we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got Drew here saying, "Hey, what's up?" Thanks for joining, Drew.
Hey, Drew.
Oh, okay. Dr. Impossible says, sounds like you've had a porn bender session. Makes my Dirk Bogarde film selection look like a dull wallpaper. Oh. Right. The viewer Drew says, did you guys hear about a rumor about Nicolas Cage as Ghost Rider returning in Doctor Strange 2? Anything could happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah.
No.
There's a lot of that going around at the moment. Again, we can't talk about it, but there's so much going on. I do think people are seeing things that are just not there. But it is going to be very interesting what they're going to do with it.
Yeah. It'll keep people guessing until it comes out, but the problem is there's going to be somebody that'll spoil it. Always is.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
Right. Matt says, Keith, what is your favourite DVD collectible in your collection?
DVD. I probably might have showed it off yesterday. I showed off a National Treasure collectible that I have. It's the I don't know if you remember National Treasure movies, but in the second one, the Book of Secrets, they get the President's Book. You remember that?
Yeah.
They're two movies I've never seen. I've never seen the National Treasure. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God! Wow.
They're really fun films.
Yeah.
There is a bit in there where they get the President's Book anyway, and this edition actually comes in the President's Book, and it's a nice piece. I also have a lovely Phantasm DVD collectible that's it comes in a giant sphere. It's probably one of my favorites. I don't have as many DVD collectibles as I do Blu-rays and 4Ks, if I'm totally honest.
I did actually watch your video literally before coming up about the National Treasure. That was really good, like with all the details about the presidents and all that. Really good.
Yeah. It was a clever idea, and to get even the president's stamp on it and everything on the leather. It's a good piece. It is. And I only just found out as well that apparently there's a version very similar to that edition of Dances with Wolves, where it comes in this leather-bound kind of pouch. So I'm definitely going to try and hunt that down.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
I love that film.
Yeah, incredible movie.
Yeah.
Love it so much. Jill says, what was your worst cinema experience?
It happened 2 days ago. No, I've actually had worse. Sorry.
So Keith, what was your worst cinema experience?
My worst cinema experience, this is going to surprise a lot of people, when I went to see 28 Days Later.
Okay.
I hated the movie. It was one of them films that when we seen the trailer to it, we just didn't get the film that we thought we were getting when we went to see it in the cinema, and I left after around a half an hour. I did. I couldn't stand the movie.
What about you, Andy? Oh.
There's a couple of movies that I really, really enjoy, but I just had horrible cinema experiences with them because of people who can't shut the fuck up.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
In that sense, Bohemian Rhapsody was one. Kids wouldn't shut up. Movie that came out a couple of years ago with Owen Wilson, Julia Roberts, Wonder. That was one where kids wouldn't shut the hell up. And I went to see a movie that sort of went under the radar a little bit called Love, Simon. I love the movie. I think it's great. I went to see it it was a packed cinema, but it was just the wrong demographic was in the screen at the time, and it was just teenagers on their phones wouldn't shut up, and it was just horrible. That to me is the worst experience you can have when watching a film. It's just like, well, I'm just gonna have to wait now for the movie to come out and watch it at home, because this is pointless. Me trying to be invested in this.
Just come back there as well. When we went to see that Moonfall, around an hour into the movie, didn't the lights come on in the cinema? And then Ellen was sitting beside me, and she looked at me and she went, "I can't see the screen." And I was like, "Well, good. I don't want to see any more of this crap." But yeah, the lights actually came up in the cinema. And I think they forgot we were in there because it was only me and Ellen and one other fella.
Wow.
Wow. So will you
Yeah,
be
I'm
picking
staying
that up
clear
on
of that
4K when it comes out?
What's that?
Will you be picking out the 4K when it comes out?
Probably. I said 100 times on my channel, I pride myself in giving a movie a second go, and I'm not gonna lie, there's a chance that I probably would pick it up, but I'd have to get it very cheap.
Yeah.
I really am glutton for punishment.
Yeah. Mike?
I remember going to see Rush Hour 3 in the cinema, and I think I was about 15 when that came out. And I can remember I was sitting there, and literally throughout the whole movie, there was like these kids that were they were constantly like throwing stuff at me. They were just throwing like sweets and popcorn, and I was at that age where I wasn't brave enough to like confront them, so I just kind of put up with it. But it just ruined the whole film for me. But obviously, if that happened to me now, I'd go up to them and probably just punch them in the face. But but it just completely ruined the film. Not that I really enjoyed the film that much anyway, but yeah, that was a horrible experience.
I'll never fully understand it. I do not understand these teenagers. You pay 12, 13 quid to go see a movie, and then you go in and then you just act the fucking, act the little pricks, and I'll never fully. But again, it just speaks volumes about the immaturity of some youths today. It's just No, thankfully, no, that's never happened to me in the cinema. That's what I'm saying. The only bad experience I've ever had in the cinema is going to see a poor movie.
Yeah,
I never had anything like that happen to me.
Yeah. For me, only been to a cinema a couple of times, but like Spider-Man, thankfully, even though where I live isn't the greatest, it was all right because it was early on a Sunday morning. But I assumed if I went in the afternoon, would have probably had a lot of screaming teenagers.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You pay this money to go to the cinema. You could be paying upwards, as you said, like 12, 15 quid to a ticket, and to go in there and watch a film and get it spoiled really does kind of get on your nerves a bit, I would imagine.
There was one time I remember going to see Phantom Menace. What a masterpiece that movie is. But the bit at the end of it when Qui-Gon gets killed. Now, thank God it was right at the end of the movie because a child started bawling when Qui-Gon got killed. And I'm not kidding you. The film ended, the child was still going. And I remember actually walking out of the cinema and we could actually still hear the child inside going bawling and all that. So we were kind of lucky. Thank God that scene did happen at the end of the movie because that child never stopped. He was very disappointed by Qui-Gon's death in that movie.
Yeah. Well, I remember when me and you, Andy, and we went to see Dark Knight, and there was that guy sat in front of us, and he brought like his two young sons.
Yeah.
And I think they were probably just a little bit too young for that film. Mm-hmm. And there were certain scenes involving the Joker where these two kids were suddenly they started like
they had to go
crying, didn't they? And he had to like take them out. Thankfully, he took them out, but
It was that scene with the videotape, wasn't it? Where they put it on the news, and the guy's tied to the chair, and he says he's like Batman's a symbol. We don't have to be afraid. You all know the scene, but it's just that was even like I think at the time I must have been about 17. That was kind of like, whoa, this is some dark stuff.
Yeah.
And for a Batman movie, and just I was like, this guy in front of me is with his kids, like, holy shit, like I'm finding this hard to swallow as it is, but like this guy, he just had to get up with his kids. He was just like, come on, let's go, let's go.
Yeah. This is what they want around for the scene with Two-Face then.
Yeah.
That movie did make me jump out of my skin quite a few times. Mike's laughing because he fucking knows that I was sat next to him and it made me jump out of my fucking skin. The bit where the body hits that window, fucking hell. Yeah. Like, I needed a fucking pair of undies because I fucking shat myself when it happened. It was. I wasn't expecting it, man. It just, it got me.
And I remember there was another bit in the film that made you jump, but it wasn't like a typical. It wasn't a typical moment in the film where you jump. But I just remember, you did.
Yeah, it was the bit. It's the bit where Gordon's talking to Harvey in bed, and he just goes, "Say it!" like really loud. And I fucking jumped again. It got me. I was just like, "Will this movie stop fucking doing this to me?"
I went to see the latest Scream film there a couple of weeks back, and I was saying this I might have said it on John's stream, but I was watching. I didn't like the movie. I'm just going to say it out now. I didn't. Yeah. It's definitely not for me. But I started getting very irritated watching the movie, to the point that I actually forgot I was in a cinema, and the cinema was very packed. And there's a scene that happens in the movie. Now, I'm not going to say the scene. I'm not going to ruin it for anyone. But there's a scene close to the end of it. And it just happened. And I'm not kidding you. I fucking roared. I went, "You've got to be fucking kidding me." I just roared it out of the cinema. And then all of a sudden, the whole cinema just broke into this fucking fit of laughter. And I remember just looking at my fiance, and I just turned my head, and she was like, "You fucking idiot." And I, and I was just there, and I was like, I completely forgot where I was. You might think I was invested in the movie, but I really wasn't. It was good laughter.
Yeah, I did that when I was a kid. I think I went to see Lord of the Rings. And
oh wow!
It's the bit where Aragorn kills the Uruk-hai who. Spoiler, kill Sean Bean.
Yeah.
As soon as he cut his head off, I just went, yes! I forgot where I was. I forgot I was out in public, in a cinema. I just forgot where I was. The moment, I was so engrossed in the movie. I was just,
I tell you, one of the best experiences I remember having in the cinema, I have to admit, is when we went to see Independence Day. And I've never seen a film like it since, where Bill Pullman does the infamous speech in it.
Yeah.
The whole cinema. Now the cinema was packed. There wasn't an empty seat in the place, and he just done that speech. And all of a sudden, when he said the bitch today was celebrate Independence Day, the whole cinema just got up off their seats and they started applauding, and it was
wow.
It was the most extraordinary thing. I've never seen it in a cinema before. Now it goes on in the States all the time. You always see it. They're very passionate when they go see it, but over here you rarely see that. And I tell you, that was a powerful moment. I've never seen it. I've never seen it since.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
That's impressive.
I would have loved to have seen that at the cinema. I was too young when it came out. I think I was about 6 when it came out. But
yeah. Right, let's have a look. We have got Marvel fan here. Hi guys, thanks for joining, mate. Matt says, "What edition of a film are you most excited to hunt down to own?"
I think there was one we were talking about last week. It's not come out yet, but if it does come out and if it is true, I'm going to be picking it up day one, and that's the 4K of the Hitcher.
Yeah, that's the same for me. Yeah,
that's definitely happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah. I actually have a nice edition of that.
I've seen a couple. The German one looks pretty good that I've seen.
Yeah, I think that's the one I have. Yeah.
That's the one film that I've been. Yeah, that's the one film I've been at most anticipating, just even a Blu-ray for the longest time, and now that we're getting it on 4K, that's even better. So yeah, I can't wait to get that.
Ooh.
So
yeah, wow.
Yeah. Nice.
I don't think the quality is good enough, though. In all fairness, as far as I remember, I remember being kind of a bit underwhelmed by it.
Okay.
The quality that is
Yeah.
now, not the movie. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've never seen the
Really?
film. Never seen it.
Oh,
Pete,
wow.
you're doing yourself a disservice there, Pete, man.
Yeah.
I think I might have seen the
Go with it.
remake. Is there one with Sean Bean? There's a remake with
Yeah.
Sean Bean, isn't there? I
Mhm.
think that's the
Don't
one
watch
I've
that shit.
seen.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Gee whiz. You know.
The only thing I will say about that movie, I will defend Sean Bean in that movie. I thought he was actually quite to play in that role. I thought he'd done a good job with it. But my God, what a shit movie!
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not great. He's the best part about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but it's you know, unfortunately, he couldn't save it for me.
Yeah.
No.
Rutger Hauer is born to play that role. You know.
Yeah.
One terrifying bastard.
Yeah. Just as well we warned Pete that there was a remake out there. He probably would have watched the remake.
Oh.
I don't know. He's right. Andy is right, Pete. You really need to check that one out.
Yeah, I will do. Definitely. Slowly
was
getting
what-
around to it.
It's one of those movies I remember watching as a kid, and it always being on like Channel 5. Like when Channel 5 was like that was the go-to for horror.
Yes, I actually remember. Yeah.
I discovered so many movies through Channel 5 horror: Fright Night, Gremlins, The Hitcher, Elm Street. You just that was like the go-to, like on a Thursday, Friday night when Channel 5 was good.
You kind of miss that kind of thing. You do. Yeah. It's a shame it doesn't exist anymore.
That's true.
Yeah.
What about you, Keith? What edition of film are you most excited to own?
Well, I think I said it to you as well. I do have the Puppet Masters collection coming that I've been wanting to hunt down for years now. So I'm very excited about that one. But if I was to pick one, someone brought it up there a couple of days ago to me. I don't know if you are aware of this TV show. It's called The Masters of Horror.
Yeah.
They get some of the famous horror directors together, and they directed an episode of. And there was an edition of that came out. It's a huge bust, and it just comes in a gravestone. And Master of Horror is written on the gravestone. So I've been trying to get that for years now, and I came close once. Believe it or not, there's only 333 of them, and a fella was selling one on eBay Germany, and he was selling it for around €300. And I couldn't pay that much. I was getting close and close, but I couldn't pay 300. Now, what kind of sickened me about it was someone ended up buying it, but he was selling the first edition. It was the number one of 30.
Wow.
Wow. Right. We've got the DVD from Film Bloke here, and he says hi.
Hey.
Join him.
Whoa.
We've got Scotty here, and he says, "Evening, guys. Off out to see Death on the Nile shortly. Anyone seen it?"
No.
I've not seen it yet.
No, the Kenneth Branagh one, isn't it? Looks pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah.
Looks like it's got a good look. Yeah.
Have you seen Murder on the Orient Express?
I liked it. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the greatest thing I've ever seen, but it was fun.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
I agree with Keith on that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Bumpers Movie says, favourite Nick Cage 90s action film? Con Air, The Rock, or Face Off?
Would have Gone in 60 Seconds not be in there as well?
Well, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this. I haven't seen any of them.
Pete, let's end the stream there. Pete needs to do some homework.
Yeah, I think so. This is no bullshit. I actually watched, myself and my fiance watched all three of them. They're around, I think it was a week ago. We watched all three of them in one night. We did. I have to go with The Rock for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably one of Michael Bay's best movies.
Yes,
it's one of his most competent ones.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to be Face Off for me, I think. I just,
that's a horrible question. All three of them are great.
This is hot. My favorite Nick Cage movie of all time is probably Leaving Las Vegas, because I think he's legit really good in that movie and he deserved the Oscar. Yeah. But Face Off, man, that's a lot of fun. That is a lot of fun movie. Oh, just him and Travolta are just having a ball. You know,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. He probably has the best intro music in Face Off, which is the whole Hallelujah.
Yeah.
That music is Nick Cage all over, and he's rocking the Sabbath, moving his head and all this, and then it's so good.
I think Face Off is the combination of, like, John Woo. I think it might have been his third American-made movie, and I think it's a combination of Hard Target, and then he had Broken Arrow, and he just spliced them two movies together, and you got Face Off, and it's just what a movie! What a movie!
Yeah. The premise to it is just batshit insane, but it's like you don't care. It's like you don't give a fuck because this movie's so entertaining.
But that's what I'm saying. But you're watching Nicolas Cage, acting as John Travolta, and John Travolta is acting as Nick. It's brilliantly done. It is. It's so odd to look at. You're looking at John. You're looking at you can see John Travolta on screen, but you can't help but think it's Nicolas Cage you're looking at. It's so brilliantly done. Incredible movie. Really.
You completely buy the fact that these two people have switched faces. You completely buy it. The whole film. You never lose that. You never lose it for the entire film. You completely believe they have swapped faces.
Yeah.
It never lets up. I'm gonna have to say Face Off because it's too entertaining. I love Con Air and I love The Rock, but Face Off is I could put that on right now and have a blast with it. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Probably Con Air. Unpopular opinion, I don't really like the other two. The Rock, I'm not a fan of Michael Bay's style of action. Face Off, I do enjoy it. I think it's maybe a little bit too long. But
I can see that.
But I'd probably have to go with Con Air.
But I have to admit, Con Air out of the three movies, I think Con Air probably does have, when it comes to characters, some of the best characters. Like the amount of, like Cyrus the Virus, and it's Johnny 23, is that what it's called? He did the 23 roses on his arms. There's so many fantastic characters in the movie.
Yeah, I really like John Cusack in that movie because I'm a big John Cusack fan. And he's a lot of fun in that movie. Him and the banter with the other guy is phenomenal. I can't remember the actor's name, but the banter that they have, it's like watching Dennis Franz and Bruce Willis in Die Hard 2. They just fucking hate each other, and it's just it's so good.
Yeah.
Right.
Question.
I think that's going to be my homework for the weekend, to try and watch at least one of them three, or all three of them.
I think you're going to be. I think whatever one you pick, I think you're going to be very entertained anyway. So, three great movies.
Yeah. Okay, I'm definitely going to. I have been wanting to watch more like older Nicolas Cage stuff, so yeah, definitely will. Is Sean Connery in The Rock?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's probably why. I think that again, that's probably what drew me to The Rock again. Sean Connery is phenomenal in the movie.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's good. This has gone weird. Dr. Impossible says something about The Night Porter. If there was one ball gold film worth watching, it's Joseph Losley's The Accident.
Never seen it.
No,
never seen it.
I haven't. Cute dog, woof. That's Mike.
Oh, that
Cute dog keeps woof.
Yeah.
DVD Film Blog says, you can tell how immature I actually am because me and a couple of friends watched the first three Jackass films and we couldn't stop laughing.
There's nothing wrong with that. I don't blame you.
They're a lot of fun.
I think they're probably funner to watch with other people because you
Yeah.
just kind of, you just laugh
Yeah.
together.
I'll tell you what's not fun is actually, having a coin in your hand and flipping between Jackass Forever and Moonfall and picking up Moonfall. Because we were meant to go to that Jackass movie. And unfortunately,
I'd be
the
pissed,
coin
man.
dictated.
That
Yeah.
happened to me. That happened to me once. It was a choice between Dallas Buyers Club and Cuban Fury, and we ended up choosing Cuban Fury.
Wow. All of a sudden, I don't feel so bad.
Yeah.
Moonfall is a masterpiece compared to that shit.
Oh,
Wow.
God.
Wow.
what a pick.
Oh, that just broke me. Fucking hell.
Oh, Nick Cole should have got an Oscar for that movie. Incredible.
Yeah.
David says, what guys? David says, hi guys, what's your favourite Batman movie?
Well, that's easy for Andy. I'll let you go first there, Andy.
Mine's, I'd say, out of everything, is probably Mask of the Phantasm. I adore that movie.
Okay, right.
My favorite, if I went live action, it would be the '89 Batman, Michael Keaton. Absolutely, I cannot remember seeing that movie for the first time. It's always been sewn into the fabric of my memory. That movie, I've never ever can remember watching it for the first time. It's always been. I've always remembered it. In my mind, I've probably watched it way too young to see it. I think when I first saw it, because I grew up watching the cartoon, and my mum and dad was like, "Oh, there was a live action movie," and I was like, "Show me this now. I have to see it."
Yeah,
because I was just in love with Batman. And then Mask of the Phantasm, I think, is a great mystery movie. It's phenomenal. Okay. I love it. It packs so much into, I think, 79 minutes, something like that. It's
right.
So good. So good. Yeah.
I can remember that years ago. It was shown on TV and I watched it. Absolutely loved it, but I haven't seen it for years. That is on Blu-ray, isn't it? Mask of the Phantasm.
It is. I think the standalone edition is quite hard to get, but you can get it in the box set with this TV series.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to keep an eye out for that. But yeah, great film. I can remember that.
Yeah. It had a cinema release as well, and it absolutely bombed at the box office.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What year did that come out? 97?
93.
Or 93? 93? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, quite early.
I think it got released on Christmas Day, and that's why it didn't do very well.
Yeah, I can remember years ago, films used to release on Christmas Day, which always strike me as a bit odd.
Yeah.
Now it's a massive thing. Now everyone wants that.
Yeah.
Christmas Day is huge now in the States.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. Mike?
Mine's Batman Returns. That is just a top 5 film for me in general. I absolutely adore it. I remember when I was a kid, my grandparents had that one and Batman Forever on VHS, and they let me borrow them. So I watched them both, and when I brought them back, they said, "Oh, you can keep one of them if you like." And I think I was like 5 or 6, and you'd think a 5 or 6-year-old would take Batman Forever, but I was like, no, I want Batman Returns. I love that film, and I probably shouldn't have been watching it at such a young age, but yeah, I just absolutely adore that film.
Keith?
Yeah, I'm going to go, as much as I do love the original Batman, the Michael Keaton Batman movie, I have to pick Dark Knight. I think that's the film that literally the world just went, okay, Christopher Nolan, this fella is a directing juggernaut. This fella, he is just, he is the master of his master of craft. He's just incredible the way he put that movie together. Heath Ledger in it is, I keep going back to it. what a waste, an absolute waste. And what a way to, kind of swan song, it was an incredible way to kind of end your career, basically. And the film is just a masterpiece. I think it's incredible.
Yeah, that's good. For me, I could say Batman 89, but I'm going to say the first Batman film I watched, well, live action one, and that's Batman Begins. I really enjoyed that one, and that is honestly my favourite of the Nolan trilogy. I just like how it's such a good origin story.
Yeah.
That one gets better. It gets better for me every time I watch that one.
Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says, also against me own better judgment, I decided to buy Goat Simulator. It's actually fun. Okay, it's funny for what it is. Oh man, I played that years ago. It's an experience.
Wow.
Yeah, not a game I certainly would want to play again, but I'm glad you're enjoying it, mate. We've got Retro Girls UK here. Hey lads, anyone watching the film Dog with Channing Tatum, or is it just me? Lol.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Oh, it's another type of Turner and Hooch kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I saw
really?
a trailer for it. It looked fine. Like a sort of a light-hearted film about a guy and his dog or something. But yeah.
Oh,
I kind of got the impression. Now, I'm very careful when it comes to dog movies, because I find that whenever I watch a dog movie, I am left in bits at the end of it. For some strange reason, every dog movie I watch, they somehow manage to kill the dog at the end of it. And the first thing I said when I watched the trailer of that, I was like, if they kill this dog at the end of this movie, and I'm giving up with dog movies. I am still scarred from watching Marley and Me.
Yeah.
That film kills me. And if you actually watch that trailer, I'm telling you now, if you watch the trailer of it, you do get this feeling where it's like they're going to kill that dog at the end of this movie. It just has that feeling, and I wouldn't be one bit surprised.
Yeah.
Oh. But I didn't know about this film with Channing Tatum. I think it's like another one with like Sandra Bullock that's coming out. I've seen the trailer for that, but I didn't know about this dog film.
Yeah, I've seen that one. She's come. I think that's the one with Daniel Radcliffe as well.
Yeah, that looks all right. I think is that going to streaming or is that going to cinemas? That one.
Well, when I went to see Scream, there was a trailer for it in the cinema, so I hope it goes to cinema. Like I hope all films do, but yeah.
Oh. Did you look at this weird Sahara fight? You know, a film Sahara with Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah,
I just got that weird kind of vibe, like that kind of movie from that. I have a funny feeling it's going to be garbage. I don't know why, but I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. Right. DVD from Film Bloke says, so basically the new Chip and Dale movie is throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I sat and watched the trailer before the stream, thought I'll give it a go because I bet somebody will ask about it, and I was like, what the fuck did I just watch? Could I have that 2 minutes back, please? Jules said she certainly will be tuning in because Channing Tatum. So that's good. DVD Film Bloke says, just come up with a new idea. It's called Puke, and it's every single licensed character hogging the screen with no plot, I might add.
It's a bit like the second Space Jam.
Yeah. We own this, the movie. Everything we own, just put in a 90-minute movie. Tony Crosby, good evening, gents. I watched Wayne's World 2 the other night, and the half-naked Indian and Jim Morrison told me to, oh yes.
Yeah. I love that film. I probably prefer it to the first.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's the one I watched the most as a kid. I always thought the actor playing Jim Morrison in it was Johnny Depp. I don't know why. I know it's not. I always thought, like, if you listen to him, he kind of sounds like him a little bit, And I always
Okay.
thought it's is that I was
But
like, is that
wait a minute. You could picture Johnny Depp playing him anyway.
yeah.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
I say it's something that an opportunity that he would jump at doing. And that,
Yeah.
so I kind of get that. I get that.
Yeah. Because the actor who plays him is always wearing sunglasses. So you never really sort of see any of his features. But I always thought, I was like, is that Johnny Depp? Is that? But it wasn't. But no, I probably find Wayne's World 2 funnier than the first one. It's probably got one of the best sequences where a guy meets his in-laws, where he meets his potential future father-in-law. That whole fight sequence is insane and genius. Christopher Walken is the villain. Say no more.
Oh,
Yeah. I just love that movie. Yeah.
I haven't seen that in years, but definitely want to get round to watching that again. I have watched the first one a couple of years ago, really enjoyed it, but the second one, haven't seen it for about 10 years.
Yeah, I don't think it's a better movie than the first one, but I enjoy it so much more than the first one.
I get that.
Yeah.
Totally. Dr. Impossible says The Damned wasn't a favourite of mine, but Oliver Reed was quality in that film.
Okay.
I never seen it, so.
No.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I've only seen the first two Texas Chainsaw Massacres, and I think I jumped off at the right time.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
You probably could have went a movie less, actually. In all fairness, that second one is not great. You know.
I've only ever seen the first one. Oh.
No, I was the second one was the first one I saw.
Wow.
Yeah, it was on. I think it was on the Sci-Fi Channel once, dead late, and I was like, you know what, I'll stick and watch it, and I was entertained by it. I thought it was good for what it is. And then I watched the first one, and I was like, what the fuck's going on here? This does not set up the second one at all. But anyway, they couldn't be any further apart in terms of tone.
Absolutely.
But the first one is a decent grimy movie. It really is great. The first one. The remake's not bad either. I quite like the remake.
I was just going to say it's probably one of my favorite remakes of all time.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Nowhere near as good as the original for me, but it still is a very, very good movie. Kind of like the Dawn of the Dead remake. You know, it's not going to touch the original, but it's still watchable. You know?
I've actually said this to a few people now. I actually prefer the remake over the original. It's one of the rare times. We were talking about this one night in a stream. I think I was on a coast to coast stream with 3 American friends, and we all agree. We were actually all in agreement that we actually preferred the remake of Texas Chainsaw. There's something about the film. I don't know what it is. It's incredible.
I love it. It really sort of captures the sweaty heat. That movie, like
I know,
it's really uncomfortable. You feel like, oh, this isn't right. This is making me feel jittery and uncomfortable. It really, really does capture that.
Yeah, even when they went to the shop and you hear all the flies around, and it's it's just you're uncomfortable. It's you nearly want to knock a fan on beside you, just to cool down. It's it's a great movie. Great movie.
And the guy who plays Leatherface in it, he is terrifying. Like, I would not want to be cornered by him. He is the last person I would want to be cornered by in a room. He's frightening in the films.
Yeah. It's Chip from Batman Returns, isn't it? He plays Leatherface.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a really good that shot as well, where at the start where the girl kills herself and the camera just pulls out the bullet hole. Oh, it's so good.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Even that scene with when they're cleaning up after her, it's just horrible. It is horrible.
Yeah. Deserves more credit.
Which one is that? What year did that come out in?
I think it was 2003. 2003, 2004.
Yeah, I think
I was going to say, is it the early 2001? Because wasn't there one a few years later?
The
Yeah,
beginning.
there was like a prequel to that one. Yeah, the beginning. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that
wasn't
was
great.
one I remember.
Wasn't great. Yeah,
I think that's a horrible film. That it's just it's
not
so
great.
mean spirited and so grim. And
Yeah.
the only reason is it exists is just to answer some questions from the remake. But
That's right.
Other than
It's a
that,
cash
it doesn't
grab.
need to be there.
Yeah.
It's one of those movies that exists because of the title. It's just there to take your money.
And what's even more amazing about that remake, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Michael Bay produces that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. And one of them. But yeah. Matt says, "Have you seen the new trailer for Jurassic World Dominion? What's your thoughts on it?" Matt likes to look for it.
I got shivers when I looked at. As soon as Sam Neill came into that trailer, I instantly went back to Force Awakens when Han Solo, when they showed Harrison Ford in that trailer. I just got shivers, and it definitely has that look of a film that is. And I know they've said it, that this is it now. This is concluding both trilogies. So it definitely has that feel that this is it now. There's going to be no more. And I really hope to stick to it and leave it be, because let's face it, there's only so many ways you can make these movies before they do start getting tiresome. So I thought it looked very promising.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, I think it looks good. Like Keith was saying, I'm glad to see the cast back, but I'm sort of seeing Hollywood sort of taking sort of forming a pattern here with their movies. What they're making nowadays is like, let's bring back the original cast. Scream's done it, Star Wars has done it. It seems it's treading into formulaic ground now, but but saying that side, I hope the movie is great. I want this movie to be great.
There's a bit right at the end of it. I thought when it showed the whole lot of them together, like Jeff Goldblum, Sam Neill, the whole lot were there. Please God, it's good. I hope it's not one of these things that you watch it, and then all of a sudden an hour's gone and there's still no sign of Sam Neill. I hope it's not one of these things where he's in it for 20 minutes and hopefully he's from start to finish. Please God.
Yeah. Because I was not a fan of the last two, if I'm honest. I don't really like Jurassic World. I don't really like Fallen Kingdom. I think Fallen Kingdom is probably the worst one. I'd watch Jurassic Park 3 over Fallen Kingdom any day, if I'm honest.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Even when you watch them, and that's what's worrying me about this new one is, when you watch Spielberg's, I was going to say his a trilogy, but he directed the first two. They slowly started getting worse as they went on, and this trilogy is heading that way. So I'm hoping that this is not going to be the worst of the three.
Yeah,
and that's because it's like I said, there's only so many ways you can make these movies and make them interesting, and that So I think they need to be done with them now, and I hope they do leave it be.
Yeah. I think probably on paper, if you look at the stories on paper, the first one and Jurassic World are probably the best, because the first one deals with, it's trying to, Hammond's trying to bring people in and trying to convince people, I've got this theme park, let me know your thoughts and let me know what the potential could be, and it goes horribly wrong. And then the fourth one, Jurassic World, it's the park's in full flow. It's up and running. Yeah. We've not seen that's where the difference is between the first one and that one.
Yeah.
It worries me, like Keith was saying, where they're going to go next, what they're going to do next. That's different. What can they bring to the table that's new with this one? I think it's going to be like dinosaurs are everywhere. I think that's pretty much what.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Mike?
Kind of mixed about it, I think, because I think, like Andy was saying, I'm not a fan of the other two either. But to be fair, I think the only real good one for me was the first one, and it's just because it was the first. And I don't think any of the other films have been able to replicate it because, you know, the first one, that was the first time we saw proper dinosaurs, like CGI and all that kind of stuff. So the surprise of that went away with all the other films. And also, like, seeing the original cast, it was really great to see them in the trailer because I think it's the first time they've been together since the first film. But I think, like Keith was saying, I hope they're not just in the film for like a short amount of time. If they're in the film, I want them to be in the film from start to finish. And that's the problem that I think a lot of these sort of legacy sequels we're getting, where the older characters are just not used enough. Like the Star Wars, the new Star Wars sequels, like, you know, the original characters may as well have not been in those films. For me, when those films came out, I wanted to see the original characters go on a new adventure. I know they were older, but that's still what I wanted to see, and I didn't get that. So I'm hoping we do with Jurassic Park.
Well, the good thing about this with the cast, come on, because I always find that when they bring these, the legacy characters back to these movies, it always feels like this kind of passing of the torch. It's definitely got that with the new Scream movie, which I fucking hate. I hate that term, passing of the torch. Luckily enough, we're not getting that with this new Jurassic Park movie, because we know this is the end of it now. So there is literally no passing of the torch. So it's so I'm sure they're going to be playing. They're going to have a very decent role in this movie. They have to. It makes no sense.
Yeah. For me, Jurassic World 1, really enjoyed it. Fallen Kingdom, it was a really hard film to get through. It really was a bit of a bore, to be honest. Jeff Goldblum wasn't really in it much at all, and that is my worry with this one. But hopefully they're all in it for an equal amount of time. What I'm hoping is like the film follows like the new team and like Sam Neill and that, and then they all meet up at the end. Probably that's probably might happen. I don't know, but it's an interesting concept what they're going with, having the dinosaurs in real world and see people live with them, which is something the series hasn't really done. So I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not overhyped for it. I'm keeping my expectations in check.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Marvel fan says, what do you think of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air reboot? I watched it and it was surprised that it was a cert 15 compared to the original 12. But I gave up 20 minutes in due to so many racial slurs. Well, isn't this reboot supposed to be not a comedy? It's like a real hard-hitting drama reboot. Yeah, it's just like they've gone polar opposite, and yeah, I have no interest in it. The original was a perfect encapsulation of the 90s. Don't remake it.
Yeah. It's like bringing Friends back and making it into a drama. It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous. Why would you just call it a different show? Like, just put a different name on it. You're clearly not doing Bel-Air. It's something completely different. And to be honest, anyway, look, whether it was a comedy or not, I had no interest in it. I seen the first trailer to it. I thought it looked awful, and I probably will never watch it.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, same as Keith. I saw a trailer for it, and it just did not win me over. No, I associate the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air with coming home from school and watching The Simpsons and Fresh Prince from Bel-Air, BBC Two.
Yeah,
that to me will always be Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Will Smith, Uncle Phil. Yeah, just I've got no interest in this new one. Yeah,
same here. Mike?
No, not really. No, I never really liked the original. Well, not that I didn't like it. I just never really got into it for whatever reason. So I'm not too bothered about this new one.
Right. Jill says, can you say hello to our mate Dudley, please, aka Mr. James Millership, as he's not well at the moment? Oh, Hey, James. Sorry
James,
to hear
how's
you well.
Hey, James.
Really hope
Get
you
well
get well
soon,
soon,
James.
mate.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. Here we go. Right. Retro Girls say, have anyone pre-ordered Mr. Nice Guy on Blu-ray? I'm going to buy it on the release date. Can't wait.
I will be getting it. I haven't pre-ordered it yet, but definitely going to get it.
I'm so sorry. I need
One about
reminded of that film. I need reminded of this film.
It's a Jackie Chan film from the 90s, like one of his Hong Kong, one of his Hong Kong films.
Is this the one that's coming out on the premium?
Yeah, premium.
Yeah.
Oh right. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's one that's been quite hard to come by on Blu-ray, I think, and I think this is the first time where we're getting it like uncut in the UK. So yeah, I think it's quite a big release, but it seems to kind of be going under the radar because it's with the premium collection.
My dipshit brother ringing me again. Sorry. Oh my god. And now the audio's gone again. I'll be back in a second. What a little prick.
Yeah. Oh, so it's the Jackie Chan one, is it? Because this is coming out at the same time as Running on Empty on Blu-ray.
Yeah, it's known for a stunt he did where he's literally running down a building. It's like it's not like a perfectly vertical, it's slightly tilted, but it's like quite a well-known stunt that he did where he just runs down this building.
Oh, that's cool. I'll have to pick that up when it's in the 2 for 15, which will probably be a little while later, but yeah, that's cool.
I'll pick that up with Running on Empty. I love that film.
Yeah. I know that's one of your favourites, Andy. That's what made me intrigued about getting Running on Empty.
Yeah, Running on Empty is probably one of my favourite River Phoenix movies. I adore that film so much because River Phoenix was taken from us at such a young age. His movies, it's like any artist really. Like when an artist dies, the value of their work goes up, and you appreciate it. I only came into like discovering a lot more of his work in the past few years, and Running on Empty is an absolutely brilliant film that it shows his talent so well. That movie, it had his real life girlfriend in it as well. Is it Laura Plimpton, who was in the Goonies as well? Martha Plimpton, that's it. Yeah. It's a phenomenal movie, and if you can get hold of it when it comes out, please do, because it needs more views. That movie, it really does. It's great.
That's what I'm saying. We were talking about Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade tonight, and we forgot to mention River Phoenix's the start of that movie, and how even by that you just seen how talented he really was. He just captured the mannerisms of Indiana Jones so perfectly. And it's one of them what if scenarios. What a career he would have had.
Yeah,
totally shocking.
Yeah, fantastic actor.
Yeah. Next up, we have Lolmander saying, "I'm bad." Thanks for joining.
Okay. Is he spanking himself when he says that?
Gee whiz.
We got Dan's Man Cave here. Evening all. What movie releases are you guys most looking forward to on Blu-ray?
Ooh.
I think for me, I said it before with The Hitcher.
Yeah.
Great one. This one was rumored. I'm hoping that, well, it's not rumored. It was confirmed, but there's no word on it so far. Dog Soldiers was supposed to be getting the 4K treatment, so that would be fantastic to pick that up.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah, fantastic film.
Yes.
Right, for me,
I know Second Sight did come out and said something. They announced that they were doing that movie, but they've gone
Yeah.
very quiet on it. So
It was
I don't know what's
announced
happening.
late last year, wasn't it? They
Yeah.
were doing it.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's strange. What's this? Fernando Rio Henry Silva's in the Stalin role. Must be talking to Koroshia. Talking to Koroshia, he says, Keith, my OLED's going to be calibrated on the 27th. Can I join your special people's club afterwards?
My special people's club. Absolutely, by all means. Welcome to the world of OLED. Trust me, you're in a good place. It's extraordinary. I can't praise it enough. I am a huge fan of OLED. I've owned every type of TV, and OLED is the one brand where I've noticed it just a huge difference. And it just going. I'm always talking about when I review 4K movies, but how important blacks are on a 4K transfer, and when you have OLED, you just never have to worry about that again. It's incredible.
Yeah, I definitely want to get an OLED TV because I got a Switch OLED at Christmas. I'm comparing it to my LCD Switch. Oh, the difference is night and day.
Oh, it's incredible. It's even now because I since I came into this pod now, I have a PlayStation 5 now. I wasn't using the PlayStation 5 on OLED. I had a separate TV in the house for that, which wasn't OLED. And I have to admit, when I brought the PlayStation in here onto my 65-inch OLED, the difference it's frightening. The difference.
I can imagine.
It's truly special. Actually, as a matter of fact, I was meant to be playing Cyberpunk yesterday. I don't know if you heard about that, did you?
It got the PS5 update.
Yeah. Not over fucking here, it hasn't. There's issues with region. So my PlayStation, your PlayStation 5 has to match up with the region of your game, and it doesn't, and it wouldn't work. I couldn't upgrade it.
Oh,
and that's so well done, CD. What's a CD Red project? You
yeah,
fucked
CD
the game,
Projekt Red.
and you brought it out on next gen, and somehow you've managed to fuck that up as well. Spot on, incredible.
Are you going to get Horizon on Friday?
I am, yeah. I'm like a kid on Christmas morning.
That looks incredible, that does.
Can't wait.
Yeah. We've got Brett here, Walk On, Always Believe, Watcher P, Andy, Keith and Mike, and everyone in the chat. Hope you're all keeping well.
Doing great.
Hey, thanks for joining, Brett.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dan says, evening, very enjoyable live stream, lads. Thanks, Dan.
Cheers, Dan.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
That's appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
Right. David says, how many Blu-rays are left in Sainsbury's now, Playtendoguy, mate? None. It's just books. They've got like 2 or 3 aisles full of books, but the problem is half the aisle is empty. And I did have talk to a member of staff and said, well, what's the point? You might as well have kept some films on there. They said, well, nah, films are a waste of time. Books are where it's all at, but they're not selling any of them.
Wow.
Does your Sainsbury's, Mike and Andy, still don't have Blu-rays?
I haven't been into a Sainsbury's in a long time.
Yeah, same, to be honest. Yeah.
The Tesco I went into, they've all gone. About 2 weeks ago, everything's gone. They only had a little stand for the June release. That's it. It's all pretty much gone. Me and Mike we go to the HMV in our city centre. That's where we get all our stuff if we need it in the CEXs, and I mainly get stuff off Amazon as well. But that's all we're left with now.
Yeah.
Kills me. At least you have something. We have nothing over here.
Wow.
Absolutely nothing. I was only just talking. I was just saying it to a few people. I think it was John. I said it over in Mondo. Halloween Kills and Resident Evil: Welcome to Raccoon City were the first 2 movies that I physically bought in nearly 4 years.
Wow.
It was, yeah. Can't get anything over here.
It's a shame.
Mm.
It's killer. It's every time I go onto YouTube and I see every one of you's kind of showing you our HMV pickups, it kills me. I actually die a bit inside. I have to admit, fair, John Mondo, he saved my ass a couple of times now with second sight releases. Because Amazon, whatever's going on with Amazon, they're very mixed when it comes to second sight. They bring out certain films, but they don't bring out everything from them. And John now he's actually even rescued me this week. He got me. They brought out the Paranormal Activity. They brought a limited edition there for that, and I was been trying to get it for ages now. And he just sent me a message out of the blue. Look what I found, and he instantly bought it for me, and he shipped it to me on Monday. So he saved my ass a couple of times, but it kills me that we can't get any of this over here.
Yeah.
It is a scary thought whether it could end up being like that over here and all. You never know, do you?
I don't think so, Pete, because a friend of mine, I don't know if he's aware of him, the movie collector, John Clancy. He done this incredible video the other day. He done this a new store that opened. I don't know where
the HMV.
Yeah, HMV. Did you see that place?
Incredible.
Wow. And all that. Oh my God, I'd spend a day in that place. I would. Incredible.
Yeah, and they're opening up new stores as well, HMV are, so that's good news.
That's good to hear. That's good.
Yeah.
They've sort of like completely rebranded themselves, haven't they? Like,
yeah.
The pink logo, like they've scrapped that completely, and they've kept it very simple and gone back to basics with it.
Yeah.
Which is good. It looks good, but I think what's really keeping HMV afloat is the vinyl sales. I mean, every time I go. Vinyls, like there's loads of people looking at the vinyls and stuff, but the film sections have sort of gotten smaller, which is a bit worrying. But I tell you, the vinyls, I think that's what's keeping them afloat.
As soon as you enter my store, you're bombarded with vinyls. The Blu-rays and the films are tucked right at the bottom. It's all vinyls and all this like American sweet stuff. That must be their big seller. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah,
I think it's I only just started kind of getting into vinyl in the last year, and I tell you, it's no joke. It's expensive. It's very, very expensive.
Yeah,
to the point now where I don't buy near as much as I did. It's hard. It's even over here we can buy vinyl over here. There's a place called Goldenness that we have here, and you're talking €50 vinyl. It's a lot of money. It is.
Yeah. Some of them I saw was like 80, 90 quid for like a 2 vinyl set, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
They're nice, but not at that price. It's definitely a luxurious item, but you can't go and buy one like every week at that price.
No.
The Viewer Drew says, where does Killmonger rank in your favourite MCU villains? Top 5, top 3, or top 10, or towards the bottom? Isn't this one from Black Panther?
Michael B. I think that speaks volumes alone. The fact that you have to think about it. So I'd probably put it well down my list.
I think he's very unmemorable in the film. I think Andy Serkis's character is more interesting.
I preferred Andy Serkis in the film, to be honest.
Yeah.
See that?
I thought he was great in the film.
That film, to me, I've said it on a stream before. Black Panther, to me, it follows the exact same beats as Rocky 3. They are. You watch those two movies, they are the same beats for beat, same.
Yeah.
Someone wants a shot at the title, they get it, they beat the antagonist, and the antagonist has to learn something and come back stronger. They're the same movie.
Yeah.
For me.
I find that I'm very careful. I find that I'm always, because I don't particularly like the movie. I think it's okay. I thought it was enjoyable, but it's by the way they talked about this movie. It was like revolutionary. I just didn't get that with this movie, and I find it very hard to talk about it because, I don't want to offend anyone by saying that I wasn't a fan of it. You know what I mean? But I just don't get its hype, to be honest.
The thing for me is, I will always remember Chadwick Boseman more for Civil War than his own movie.
Yeah,
his own
absolutely.
movie. He was handled, and he did such a better job in Civil War for me, and Infinity War, than his own movie.
Mm. Yeah,
that's true.
That will just always be the case for me, unfortunately, because if I'm honest, I think the CGI in Black Panther is very ropey at the end.
Yeah,
very ropey.
Yeah,
it's a bit headache inducing as well. It's uncomfortable to watch.
I think the hype destroyed it for me.
Yeah.
I never came remotely close to the hype, you know. So, but having said that, I need to watch. I've only watched it once, so I need to watch it again. Now that my expectations are a lot lower for it, maybe I would enjoy it a lot more.
Yeah. But yeah, I probably would say Killmonger's probably at the lower end of the villains. Yeah. We've got Mark at Geordie Slasher Gaming here. Evening, Pete and lads. Thanks for joining, Mark. David says David Walliams is funny with Simon Cowell. Yeah.
I guess so. It's been a long time since I've watched that show, but yeah.
I haven't watched it like since he first started joining Britain's Got Talent. I've never really been a big fan of the show.
No, all that show, all those shows they've ran their course with me. Years ago. They've had their day. I think they just need to go away now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen that one called The Masked Singer?
We finally got rid of the X Factor. You know, hopefully the rest of them will follow suit.
Yeah. Oh, I remember seeing that Masked Singer advertised, and I'm like, why?
Yeah.
I watched it, and my word, it is long-winded. Fuck me. It's let's get to the point. Come on. Yeah.
I can remember when Saturday nights used to be a decent family night entertainment. You used to have your Doctor Who on, or Primeval, other stuff, but now it's just flooded with that sort of stuff.
Well, I'll tell you now, do you know what I'm actually watching? And I'm not bullshitting you. Do you know what I watch now every night for the last week when I've went to bed? The Crystal Maze. I've actually started from beginning to end. What an incredible show. It really was. And again, it's a testament to Richard O'Brien, I think. What a host.
Yeah, because I always remember watching Richard O'Brien and Ed Tudor Pole do it. And the two of them for me were just they were great.
Yeah,
Richard O'Brien obviously I preferred more because he was obviously the original and
absolutely
he was the one I watched. But I thought Ed Tudor Pole was a decent replacement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But that to me was just classic Channel 4 morning time viewing that.
Back in the day.
Great
absolutely.
show. Great theme tune as well.
On Challenge.
Yeah. You never get theme tunes like that anymore.
No, absolutely not.
No. Have you seen the new one with Richard Adewale?
It's like the exact same set, isn't it? It's literally they just changed the presenter.
Yeah.
The sets are exactly the same.
There is an episode, I think, with him. I think there is a group of people that actually didn't get to the Crystal Dome. They got no crystals. they actually had to end the show where they didn't even get to the dome. Come on, let's face it. When you were watching the Richard O'Brien ones, you wanted to see that happen. You know, you wanted to see someone not getting any crystals. You know, so it happened with his.
Yeah, I remember seeing an episode with Richard O'Brien, and the team got one crystal, and it was just boop, boop. It was over. It was just over and done. So I think they must have got about 10, 12 tokens. It was just done. Yeah.
I tell you, it's one of them game shows though as well. Even now when I'm watching it, my God, you just, oh my God, give me a pillow so I can bite down on it. Some of these people are so fucking stupid, and it just kills them. Oh Jesus! Even now, it still gets me.
Yeah. But it's like you fucking done. I've had it done twice. Just fucking do it. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's okay. It's okay saying that, but I'm sure when you're actually there doing it, it's probably a different story altogether.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's such a fun show.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Bumpus Movie says, keeps a bad man showing me his Nightmare on Elm Street German media book collection. Nearly had to remortgage my house last week.
Now what goes around comes around. You cost me a fortune this week. I cost you a fortune. Yeah, he checked out my video for the limited set for Nightmare on Elm Street. She comes in. It's actually probably one of the most expensive things I own. I think I paid around €350 for it. But it's the entire collection housed in media books, and they come in this kind of special box. And of course, the minute he seen the video, he instantly went out and he started buying them individually. So God knows how much that collection is going to cost him if he gets them all individually. I'm nearly sure that he said he had to pay. I think he said he paid £40 each for two of them, and that's £80 for two of them. So now whether he said £40 each or between them, but I'm nearly sure he said each. So yeah, like I said, you cost me a fortune this week. I had to return the favor.
Brett says, I find David Walliams annoying. He really loves the attention. Only really like him in the show Big School.
Okay. That's fair enough.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, I used to watch a lot of Italian cult films on Channel 4 back in the 90s. Then the BBC did Movie Drone with Alex Cox. Used to see loads of cult films there.
I forgot about that. Movie Drone. I actually forgot about that. Wow, that's taking me back.
Wow.
Never heard of it. I'm honest.
No, I haven't.
It might ring a maybe, but I can't place it.
I think if you check it out on YouTube, I think you'll recognize it.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I've probably heard of it for like documentaries, but never really seen it. But cool. DVD from Filmplex says, I know Dolby's been around for longer before DTS. I think Dolby might have been founded in the 60s and went into use in movies in the 70s, and DTS only came along in the 90s.
That's right, yeah.
We have Carlos here from Eastwood for Life Fan. Hi guys, enjoy these midweek live streams, Pete. Questions for Keith, as I know he's a massive John Carpenter fan, as well as most. Do you think John Carpenter have another film in him?
If you asked me that around maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I would have said no. But what kind of gets me, what encourages me with John Carpenter at the moment is he has become very good friends with Jason Blum. As a matter of fact, John Carpenter is doing the music for the new Firestarter movie as well. So, and Jason Blum is producing that movie as well. So I think I can see Jason Blum coming up to John Carpenter and going, look, I have a movie here. Would you be interested in doing it? So I think it will happen. I hope it does. I would love, everyone's always talking about the new Indiana Jones movie because we want to right the wrong of that last film, that Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. And I think that's what everyone wants with John Carpenter. I think we want that one last film that would make us forget about the likes of The Ward and Ghost of Mars and, them god-awful movies. So I would hope, I really do hope that Jason Blum gives him an opportunity, because I can guarantee you Hollywood is definitely not going to give it to him.
No.
John Carpenter stepped on that many toes in Hollywood. It's unbelievable. It's a wonder he had a directing career.
Yeah.
Wow. DVD Film Bloke says, I think the first film produced natively with DTS was Jurassic Park. Again, I don't notice the sound quality. I'm more picture saying that I'm still buy DVDs sometimes. Koroichi says, that sounds really cool. I'm a bit too young to see those type of movies in the 90s, but would have if I was old enough back then. Dr. Impossible says, well, just hope they buried Ray Dolby with a pair of speakers without Ray. The cinema experience would be hard to hear without the noise. Edward says, what's your thoughts on the Oscar nominations this year and the BAFTA ones?
Who was nominated?
Yeah, there's a few up for best actor. Will Smith's up for best actor.
Oh, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew Garfield's up for best actor.
Is Benedict Cumberbatch up for best actor? I know Power of the Dog seemed to be the big favourite.
Yeah.
June's up for quite a few awards. King Richard.
Belfast, Licorice Pizza, I think. I want that film to win because I love that film.
Did I hear correctly that it's Leonardo DiCaprio's father in that movie?
Yeah, he is.
Yes. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Right.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. That Don't Look Up does. I said this on the last stream. That Don't Look Up does not deserve to be in the mix for best picture.
We gave up. I gave up after an hour. I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, it does not deserve to be.
No.
Amongst the movies it is in the same conversation. It doesn't. But Denis Villeneuve's been snubbed for best director, which has surprised me because Denis Villeneuve, Dune.
Oh, very good. Okay.
Has not been nominated.
It hasn't been nominated.
He has not been nominated for best director.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I thought visually he's the pilot of that movie. He's just and he brings the perfect blending.
Yeah. That's surprising.
I need to look up more of them because there's a load I'm missing.
Right.
Can't remember, but the one that stuck out to me was Don't Look Up. That does not deserve nowhere near the 2 sentences Oscars. Doesn't belong anywhere near it.
I think Spider-Man got a couple of nominations. I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's probably for all the technical, is it?
Yeah, it'd be all the sound and editing.
Yeah.
Probably that.
But you said about that film Mass, Andy. You said that should have got nominated, but it never did.
That should have. If Don't Look Up's getting nominated for Best Picture, Mass needs to be nominated for Best Picture.
Wow. Okay.
That is a fantastic movie. Not one for the rewatch. It's not a movie I'd rewatch all the time because of its subject.
It's something you need to see.
But it's something. It's definitely a one-time watch, and you will be very, very pleased with it. The acting in it is best Jason Isaacs ever been.
Wow. Okay.
Phenomenal in that movie. Yeah.
But yeah, with BAFTAs and Oscar nominations, they always seem to be very odd with the nominations. I find they always pick and choose and don't really go for what the public want, shall I say?
Yeah, there's loads of people, movies and actors who've won Oscars that probably shouldn't have, or they beat out the person who should. There's a lot of particularly the supporting actor roles that I don't agree with some of them that did win. There was the one back in 2001. Me personally, I thought Ben Kingsley should have won for Sexy Beast because he's superb in that film. But Jim Broadbent won for Iris, which wasn't very memorable. Same, I think, back in 2015, Mark Rylance won for Bridge of Spies. I personally thought Sylvester Stallone should have won for Creed.
Yeah. Isn't there one as well? Correct me if I'm wrong. Anne Hathaway. She won it for. She won best supporting actress for what's it called? The musical. What she was in.
Les Mis. Yeah.
Yeah, Les Mis. And did I hear correctly? She's only in the film 8 minutes.
Yes, I think so.
What?
Isn't it not just a bit of a kind of an insult to all the other nominees? That the person that won it was in the film 8 minutes. I don't buy into that. I think it's ludicrous.
Well,
it is. I don't care how great them 8 minutes were. It's 8 minutes.
Mm.
Well, Anthony Hopkins won for Silence of the Lambs, and he's only in the movie for 18 minutes.
Well, that's
Yeah.
a good point as well. That's a good point. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, it's very strange, the Oscars, like the way it's decided. It's pretty much decided by members of an academy, of a board, and like the way it is, I don't really agree with it. I'd rather it be like a public vote, you know, if people have seen the movies.
Yeah,
you know?
they should set up a website and you vote for it. You pick, you sign up for it, and then you just pick your votes. Boom.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, I don't think you can. No, I don't think like if you put the nominations out there, I don't think now you can have people voting in to who they'd like to nominate, because I think then that would be it'd be ridiculous. You'd have Tom Holland up for Spider-Man. You know, it's.
Yeah.
I think what should be done is you have your nominees, then you vote for them. You know, not taking anything away from Tom Holland, but you know, it would be ludicrous. It'd be something stupid like that.
Yeah, definitely. Have a list of films that are nominated. You pick which one you want, send it off, and then we get an awards. Boom. Yeah, it's much more better, and at least then the people can have a vote and their say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. But I think you should only vote as well if you've seen all the movies that are nominated.
That's a good one as well, actually. That's a good point.
Yeah. I don't think you can vote for one. If there's 5 options, if you've only seen one, you know, it's going to be a bit of a biased vote.
Yeah.
I agree. David says it would be nice to see Anne and Kermit go on the live stream one day. Yeah, definitely we'll ask them in the future. Dr. Impossible says 80s and 90s were a gold mine with British TV, with extendable cuts and unseen films from around the world. Channel 4 and the BBC used to show some interesting stuff back in the day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Koroshi Ichi says, you lucky git. When I was younger in the 90s, I had to be content with the DeBaron boot, and I thought that was cool. Can you imagine how awesome something like that was? Dr. Impossible says, just watch Pete age as he takes 900 years to watch Game of Thrones, Gandalf on the live stream. I did thought about starting the box set the other day, and then I look at the total runtime, I was like, how the fuck am I going to finish this? I've got about 200 or 300 sealed films there, and I haven't even watched them. How am I going to finish this?
Oh. I think it's all about getting started. I think once you get started, that's it. But it's just, it's literally trying to get started is the hard part.
Yeah. And this because of the ending, because I've heard a lot of people don't like the final season.
Yeah.
But I'll have to wait and see what I think. Eventually, I'll probably be able to finish it by the time I get my pension. Marvel's fan says, I think season 5 of Cobra Kai might be coming out in the summertime. They finished shooting and it's now in the editing process. Wow, that quick.
Nice. Good.
So sorry, I'm just going to have to burst for the loo. I'm absolutely bursting.
Okay.
Yeah.
DVD Film Bloke says, I'm more of a film person as well because a boring movie ends quicker than a boring TV show. Although I can jump off TV anytime, I don't like at any time. How I finished Catlight, The Sopranos is amazing.
Absolutely. No, I agree as well. It'll always be movies for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even like long films that are like 3 to 4 hours long, like Lord of the Rings with the extended cut. But the problem is like with TV shows, you last upwards of 60, 70 hours, if not more.
See, that's what I'm saying. You watch Lord of the Rings, the extended cuts, but then it's just pure 3 hours of pure bliss. Where TV shows have a lot of filler, you know, unnecessary filler as well, and. Again, that's why I will always pick movies over TV.
Because like American TV shows like to have like about 20 odd episodes a season. That's another thing. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. That's why I
Yeah.
don't mind like The Mandalorian, because it's only like about 6 or 7 episodes, so it's pretty manageable. But when you get something like 20 odd episodes and they're nearly an hour an episode, it's like, oh no, can't do that.
And when they done it with Ash vs. the Evil Dead, 9 episodes, around 9 episodes a season. Each episode was around 25 minutes long. Perfect. It didn't need any more. It was just perfect. And it was so compact. There was so much going on. Again, a lot of these shows don't learn from it.
Yeah. That show, that was one show where there was no filler in it at all. Like
No.
every episode was just blood and guts, like typical Evil Dead chaos, and it was just great.
Oh my god, there's one scene that still sticks out in my head. Have you actually seen it all, Mike?
Yeah.
Seen the scene in the morgue.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at it, and I was kind of looking at my fiance, and I was like, "Is this seriously going to happen?" And I was like, "No, they're not going to do that." And then all of a sudden, it's happening, and you just can't believe what you're looking at. Only Bruce Campbell could pull that off.
Yeah,
literally. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's such a funny show. I mean, if you love the original Evil Dead films, then that show is perfect.
Absolutely.
Right. Brett says, I love Walking Dead seasons 1 and 2 for me. I'd have liked them to just have season 1 and 2 and made third season to finish it with. Yeah. Right. DVD Even Film Bloke says, I bet I just annoyed any Soprano fans, but I couldn't stand it. It's EastEnders with swearing, killing, and fucking, and even that sounds better. James Gandolfini and the intro are the only good parts.
I never watched it, so.
Yeah, I never watched it.
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
The theme tune's great. I love it. Yeah. James Gandolfini's great. I just couldn't get into the show.
Nah.
I just couldn't get into it.
No.
I've watched every episode. I couldn't. It didn't hook me.
Wasn't there a film to go with it? The Many Saints of St. Newark?
Newark, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard mixed things. I've not seen it, but I've heard mixed things.
Okay.
DVD Film Bloke also says, often with TV shows, I have what I call a trial period. With them, I'll try and watch a few episodes before buying the DVD set because TV show sets are expensive, and if it sucks, I don't want £40 doorstop.
Yeah.
It's funny you said that because I remember when 24 when they were coming out on DVD for the first time. It's amazing when you think about it. At the time we were spending nearly €80. We're an €80 a season. It's amazing. I know that £40 is expensive, but it's a hell of a lot cheaper than what it used to be, I can tell you.
Yeah. You pick them up now for like a couple of quid in a charity shop. It's like, it's insane.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true. There's pretty much in my local charity shop. There's hordes of 24 and stuff like Friends you can pick up real cheap.
Yeah,
that's a great show though as well. 24.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
Tony Crosby says, "Rip Douglas Trumbull. Forever grateful for the fantastic work on films such as Brainstorm and the 2001."
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Chrissy says, Playtendoguy, do you think they should include the 4-hour cut of the Batman on the 4K release like they did in Suicide Squad on 4K? I didn't know there was like a 4-hour cut of the Batman going about. I thought it was just like 3 hours. But they'll probably release the extended cut on Blu-ray if there is one.
What is it with this with DC movies? My God, why is there so many different cuts to these movies? It's ludicrous. The one thing I will say about Marvel, you just don't see that happening with the Marvel movies.
It's like as if because another film I sort of associate with Warner Brothers for cuts is fucking Blade Runner. Like, these movies are these movies trying to do that? I don't know. It's just like, my word.
Sick of it. And it's like
Yeah.
it's a huge cash grab because that's exactly what's going to happen. Because if there is a 4-hour cut of that movie, rest assured it will come out. It'll be the theatrical edition first, and then around a year down the line, oh, we have the extended version now. And you know, it's DC are at it. They're at it like crazy at the moment. It's starting to piss me off a bit.
Yeah.
I agree. DVD and Filmplex says streaming is good for trying a TV show or a movie, but I prefer buying stuff on disc.
Absolutely.
David says, Andy, how many 4K movies do you own in your collection, mate? I enjoy your YouTube videos. And what 4K movies do you own?
Wow. Okay. I probably own about maybe 15, 16 now.
You only just started.
Yeah.
Wow, 15. Wow.
Yeah. I've only just started. I've got a few here that I picked up. Yeah. So I've got First Blood, Space Jam, Collateral, V for Vendetta, Carlito's Way, Basic Instinct, Prince of Darkness, The Fog, Escape from New York, Home Alone. I've got a few others upstairs as well. I've got Dawn of the Dead, Back to the Future, the Batman box set. Yeah, okay. That's it really.
There is one in there you're going to be disappointed by.
What's that?
Collateral.
Is it not great?
If you had it on Blu-ray, you should have stuck with it.
Well, it did come with the Blu-ray, so I might just.
Right, yeah, it was very. I literally just picked it up around 2 weeks ago, and it was a very underwhelming transfer.
Right. Okay.
It was great movie though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a movie I've grown to like more because I didn't really get it the first time. I was in the right mindset to watch it.
Yeah.
But I rewatched it not too long ago, a few years ago, and I thought it was a cracking little movie.
No, absolutely.
Yep. This is something really good. Like Tom Cruise being this badass. I was like, yeah, it's pretty good.
He's I actually mentioned I only just done a video on it there just recently, and I was saying in it that he's just so unpredictable in the movie. You just don't know what he's going to do. I keep going back to that. Again, I'm not going to say the scene, but the scene in the jazz club. You know, that scene, I was like, I kind of just looked at my fiance and I was like, did that really just happen? It was just so unexpected the way it was done. It was, brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking it out.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Good movie.
Yeah. Got Peter here, and he says the first season of Daredevil on Netflix was great. Haven't watched the rest of it. Aren't all these Marvel TV Netflix shows going off there now to go on Disney Plus?
Possibly.
Probably. I wouldn't have been surprised.
I think they announced it the other day or something. Yeah. Martin McBurney says favourite soundtrack is definitely Lost Boys.
That's a good one.
Good pick.
Forgot about that one.
That's a movie I had on DVD for the longest time, and I finally upgraded it to Blu-ray because
wow,
it's one of my favourite Joel Schumacher movies. I love it. Well, on his I got Flatliners as well because
you might help me here. I've been trying to get that film License to Drive.
Yeah.
I presume you know the film very well.
Yeah, the Coreys, yeah.
Yeah, is that film under a different name by any chance?
License to Drive.
Now, the only reason why I ask is because I've been trying to get it, and I went on to Amazon Germany, and I came across a film, and it says Daddy's Cadillac.
Wow.
And it is the two Coreys that are in it, so I didn't want to buy it because I wasn't sure whether it is the movie or not.
See that?
Because he does drive the father Cadillac in the movie.
Yeah,
and the film is called,
I've always known it as License to Drive. I've never come across that title, but that does happen.
That's what kind of stopped me from getting it.
Yeah, I haven't got. I can't help you with that, Keith. Sorry, I just.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's never come across to me, that title before.
No.
With the
No.
movie.
Mm.
But if you can get hold of it, because that's actually a fun little film.
I love it. It's there's a few films I'm trying. I've actually got two. I got two in this week. Now I'm not going to say what they are because I've literally done a video on it today. But I picked up two films, two very underrated 80s movies that I've never owned on physical media.
Right.
Now when I say I've never owned even on VHS. So I picked up two gems and can't wait to sit down and watch them. But I've done a video on it. And I'm trying to get that License to Drive. And I'm also trying to get Monster Squad. I've never owned Monster Squad on physical media either. And there's a lot of lovely German editions of that film. But they're expensive at the moment. And I'm just trying to get it at the right price. Hopefully someday.
I got mine on DVD. I love the cover to this. The cover to this, I think, is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, no, look at that.
Wow.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
Is that an American edition by any chance, Andy?
Yeah, it's the Region 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only way I could get hold of it. And I was like,
it's a hard film to get.
Yeah, it's a really, really hard film to track down. But there's a movie I'd recommend to you, Keith, if you've not seen it, with Corey Haim, Lucas. It's must own.
Wow.
I think you'd love it.
Right. No, I've never seen that.
I think I've got it somewhere. 8 seconds. Where are we? Yeah, there we go. It's got Corey Haim, Charlie Sheen, and I think it's Winona Ryder's first movie. It's such a great little movie.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'll check that out then.
Yeah.
Again, anyone that does a recommendation.
Yeah. If you like your Goonies and Monster Squads and all that, I think it's one of them that fits right in, and it doesn't talk about enough. Like your License to Drives, it just doesn't talk about enough. It's a great little movie. Yeah.
I'm gonna check that out. I'll check it out and I'll see if I can get hold of it.
Yeah. I fully recommend it.
Good.
What happened there? My phone fell out the holder. I've got to be careful because it nearly turned itself off.
Oh, no.
Oh, where have I gone now? Where have I gone? The comments have gone absolutely haywire now. Where are we now? Right. We have talked all about that. We've talked all about that. Oh, no. Where are we?
Lost Boys.
Yep.
Yeah.
That should be highlighted. I've gone all the way back to the start of the stream. Right. Yes, I've got there. I'm here. Right. We're at Dr. Impossible. And he says, we're going to be like the old man in the library in Logan's Run. All past knowledge was in books, while all our past physical media will be on our library into the past, whilst others will be watching restricted streaming.
Yeah, I 100% agree on that.
It's quite shocking. Right, that's bad. It shouldn't fall off now. Koroshi Ichi says, am I the only one who thinks streaming digital movies are the best thing since sliced bread? Still love physical media too.
I'm sorry, you're definitely on your own on that one.
There's, in the grand scheme of things, there's pros and cons to both. There always will be.
Yep. If you haven't got the space for the physical media, then yeah, streaming is pretty good.
I understand that having collections like the ones we guys have got, it's not for everyone. You know,
no.
It's not for everyone to dedicate an entire room to to movies. It's not for everyone, but for me it is, and I think I can speak for us and say it's always been a passion of ours, and it always will be.
It is. There's nothing finer than walking into your room and seeing this thing that you've built.
Yeah.
I get streaming. I completely understand it, but the collector in me thinks it's cancer.
Yeah,
it is as the streaming service. So that's I'm a collector, you know. So so we don't want these streaming services. We want them to fail.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. There's just something about owning a copy of the movie, like physically.
Yeah.
It's just like, because when I was collecting like years ago, you know, there'd be movies where it'd be like, I need to get that in the collection. I need to have that. I need to own a copy of that movie.
Yeah.
Whatever it might be. You know, there's just something about having a physical copy of it. It was like, no one can take this away from me now.
Absolutely.
With streaming, it's like they can just pull the plug on it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what you watch on streaming services, it's policed. It's very much like what we have. You can only watch what we will let you watch.
Exactly.
What we have on offer is it. And it's like, well, I'll have on offer my own stuff. I'll have on offer what I want to watch, what I want to collect. The times I was going to.
Sorry, Andy. Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say there's times when I was younger, coming home from school and coming home from work now, where it's like, I fancy watching that movie. I'll watch that movie tonight, or I'll watch this next movie tonight. And you know, with movies I own, you know, I own quite underrated and some rare movies, and I think we all do. You're not going to find them on streaming services.
No,
you're just not.
And what you made a point there. You said something there just earlier, only a couple of minutes ago, where you took out your Monster Squad edition.
Yeah.
And you said, look at the artwork on this. Yeah. And that's another thing. I think people forget as well that, you know, they're almost like pieces of art as well. What you're looking at, it's why so many people like myself, why I own Halloween maybe 16 times.
Yeah.
Each cover is different, and I don't again. Only a collector would fully get that. You know, I think people that stream everything would think we're mad, but yeah, I see them as pieces of art. Look at everything behind me here. Like, come on, it's there to be it's displayed. It's there to be looked at.
Yeah.
But you get 2 for 1. You get the artwork and you get the movie.
Yeah.
You know,
that's it.
It's a great buzz for me, and it always will be.
Absolutely.
You know, whenever I get something through the post, I'm just like, I can't wait to get this in the collection. I love that feeling of coming out the cinema and going, I can't wait to have that film in my collection. I can't wait for it to come out.
Absolutely.
For it to be, you know, place it on the shelf. I just, I can't do that. I don't know where this buzz has come from, but it'll always be with me, and I'll always want it. And
well,
movies.
Sorry, Pete, go on ahead.
Oh, you're fine. What I was saying is there's a certain special feeling about unsealing that wrap of that Blu-ray or that game and opening that film or game for the first time.
Yeah, like Pete, just going back to what you said there, you were right at the start of this stream. You said you were watching a lot of Dario Argento movies. Now, I can guarantee you, I haven't been on Netflix in a long time, but I guarantee you that the majority of Dario Argento movies are not on that streaming service. I guarantee it. And that's what I'm saying. That's what people are missing out. They're missing out on these incredible movies. And I will never be a fan of it, and I will definitely never support it.
It seems to me that streaming services as well, they're there to focus on what's popular.
Yeah.
And if it's not popular, you're going to be forgotten.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't want that. That's tragic. If a movie gets forgotten and lost, that's awful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I get it. No, I do.
But it's like with like Google Play and stuff like that, with like the digital code movies, they've pulled the plug on them recently, haven't they? You don't no longer get the digital codes with them. So if you focused on building a digital collection, all of them will probably be worth nothing now, or they've gone.
Absolutely.
I know today Nintendo announced for like the Wii U and the 3DS, the online shop for them for buying games is gone next year, from March next year. It's gone, and there's like a few big highly rated games now that were only available digitally. They'll be lost to time now.
Oh wow, that's
That's a shame.
it's kind of like that. Remember that demo that came out? That
PT,
what's it called?
PT.
Yeah, thank you. And again, that's going to be lost now. It's just going to be a distant memory thing. It's going to be sadly forgotten of a game that we never ended up getting anyway.
No,
So,
no,
which was a shame.
it is a shame. And this is the thing with streaming and stuff. And also a lot of the films are edited, so bits of the film are cut out, so you don't get the full cut.
Yeah, yeah. Do you remember when Netflix started, like when they first started, and remember that film came out? It was the first big Hollywood movie, Bright, with Will Smith.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that film is just gone now. It was a big thing at the time before people realized it was absolute crap. But that's the problem I have with Netflix. These films, they have their time, they have their bit of time in the sun, and then once they're gone, and they're forgotten about. And it's and again, it's largely down to the fact that you can't buy them.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sucks.
True.
I hate the way it's going. I miss blockbusters so much.
Yeah.
I miss it so much.
Mm-hmm.
That was my introduction to a lot of horror movies. That just looking at the covers and going through down the aisles, and
Yeah.
I remember like covers like Species and Return of the Living Dead and Hellraiser and all the obviously too young to watch them, but I just remember, going back now. I remember as a kid seeing those covers.
Yeah, I remember. I always what sticks out in my mind when it comes to collecting, physically collecting movies was I remember when I used to go to Dublin, which is around 40 minutes from me, and it's such a big city, and when you used to find like a hidden store, hidden in the middle of it was just it was hidden away, and it was selling movies, and it was like the buzz of actually finding that shop and then going in, and it just doesn't happen no more. It's a shame. It's again, especially for me, because HMV left Ireland. Wow, I think nearly 10 years ago. It's been a long time. So they kind of missed the thrill of the hunt. Put it that way. I miss something rotten. I do. It's horrible.
Yeah.
I actually rang that place that we have here, the Golden Disc that I mentioned earlier. I rang there. I think it was for when I was looking for Resident Evil. Welcome to Raccoon City. God awful movie as well. Don't check it out. But I actually rang the local store here in Navan, and I said I'm looking for Resident Evil, and yeah, we have it here. And I said in 4K, and I was like, "What's 4K?" I was like, "Right, grand, so you don't have it." So and so it's weird because I was able to get it then up in Dublin, in the same store. It makes no sense. They only bring out selective, like a handful of 4K movies. But for some strange reason, they won't sell them down here, but they will sell them up in Dublin, and it's a shit show, to be honest.
Yeah.
What's 4K? And I was like, it's a format. Never heard of it. And you're working in gold this.
Yeah.
Do you know what a Blu-ray is?
Pete says Beyond the Valley of the Dolls has a great soundtrack.
I need to see that.
Right. Carlos says, question, guys. Now, I'm not a fan of too much CGI movies, but CGI in sci-fi and superhero movies is needed a little. Do you feel that CGI needs to be toned down a bit in movies?
Yeah.
Well, I would love to see everything go back practically. I still think one of the greatest movies ever made was The Thing, because every scene in that movie was practically done. And I would love to, but then there is, like you said, unfortunately, there is films out there where there's the likes of Marvel, where there's not a whole lot that can be done when it comes to practical. So, to an extent, definitely.
I always think about Aliens, and the alien queen in that film looks absolutely amazing, and it's all, it's just a model, but it looks fantastic. And you compare it to the recent Alien films that we've had, where they're all CGI, and it just for me, it just doesn't look as good. So yeah, I like you say, Keith, I would much prefer them to go back to practical if they could. So it just,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it just looks better for me.
You just said there are aliens, and I'm almost sure that James Cameron said that during that movie, all they had was 3 alien suits.
Yeah.
And yet somehow he just made it work. He made it look like the film was infested with aliens, but even though they only had 3 suits. And again, that's a testament to James Cameron as well. What a waste of a director.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally agree. Peter says, yes, Hold Me, Thrill, Kiss Me, Kill Me by U2 is a great tune.
Right.
Yeah. Whenever I watch Batman Forever, I always let the credits run as well. Because I love the music. Yeah. And then afterwards, I put on the music video for Seal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great song. Yeah.
Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Bumpers movie says, the only positive I can say about streaming is, like Netflix, is that they can give a platform to independent movie makers whose big studios wouldn't risk a budget on. That's true.
Absolutely. I agree with.
DVD Film Bloke says, also, I hate certain movies not being on streaming. I will never forgive Netflix for making me buy Rain Man. In hindsight, it's a good coaster.
Wow.
As in, does he mean like Tom Cruise? Tom Cruise is Rain Man?
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. I didn't like that film the first time I saw it.
Right.
But
that's a bit of a shock now, I have to admit.
Yeah. I didn't like it the first time I saw it, but my word, it has grown on me.
Yeah.
There's a lot of movies I've seen that I was way too young to see.
Yes.
You know, there's a lot of movies that I think you can only appreciate when you're an adult. And that to me was one of them.
Yeah.
No, sorry, just when you read that comment out, I was like, was there another Rain Man that I never heard of? That's why I was kind of a bit shocked.
Right. Pete says, I also like the song the Smashing Pumpkins did for Batman and Robin. The end is the beginning is the end. Yeah.
I remember that song.
Yeah.
We've got Danny here from This Is My Life saying, hello, folks. I'm watching The Eternals.
Oh, Danny. I'm going to be watching it with you soon. Hopefully we'll have it tomorrow.
I hope you enjoy it. I hope you get out of it. You know, what?
But do you think that I'm going to be putting a video out next week and I'm going to be absolutely tearing it asunder? Do you think that is a huge possibility?
I think you might find it disappointing.
Okay. Right. Okay.
I've held back picking it up because I've heard so many disappointing things. I'm just like, I'll just wait until it goes in a 2 for 12 offer on a Disney offer.
I'll say this about it, and I think this is the fairest way to sum it up. It's not a bad movie, but it does have its problems. That's the fairest way to sum it up.
Well, I'll tell you now what's worrying me about the Eternals, right? And this is an absolute fact, and this really has worried me. The film is out a week on Blu-ray and 4K. I haven't seen one video on that movie yet, and I think that speaks volumes. I'm not one video. I normally, when a new release comes out, even like I said, Resident Evil: Welcome to Raccoon City, one of the biggest pieces of shit that's been put to film. I've seen numerous videos on it, but not a thing on the Eternals. Very strange. So expectations are very low.
Yeah, I think if you've got low expectations, I think you'll get something out of it.
Right. Okay.
It's just the biggest problem I had with it is it's very bloated and there's too many characters.
Right. Okay. Actually, I was actually kind of just attacking Resident Evil there. And actually, in all fairness, when I done the video on that, I didn't actually see the film, but I have watched it, and it was nothing near as bad as what people were making out to be. I thought the film was going to be way too bloated because it was covering 2 games. But my Jesus, nothing happened for nearly 40 minutes of that movie.
That's what I thought, yeah. When is this film going to start, I was thinking.
You're trying to cover 2 games, and you're actually you haven't done nothing in 40 minutes. And again, it's not all about character building either, because they managed to screw that up as well. It's just, but it wasn't near as bad as what people made it out to be. But it's not a great movie.
The biggest problem I had with the film was like what they done to Leon.
Oh, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Talking about misrepresenting Leon Kennedy. What a dipshit that fella was in the movie.
Yeah.
Terrible. Actually, a lot of the characters in that, let's face it, Pete. I thought Albert Wesker was terrible. I thought Jill Valentine was terrible.
Yeah.
And that didn't, The only one I kind of
like. It was just such a shock to see that Leon represented like that, considering how he is in the games. It's just so different. It's just like, what?
That's the thing. Like, it was far to get. The film was far too optimistic for a 20 million budget. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Should have just done focus on the first game and then move on to Raccoon City.
But they're supposed to be doing a TV show for Netflix, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
I really think they should leave it alone.
I think Lance Riddick is going to be Wesker, so that's going to be an interesting choice.
Okay.
And it's going to center around his children.
Okay. Right. Okay, so they're trying something different then.
Yeah.
Okay. I never knew Wesker had children.
Well, he does now, according to Netflix.
Fair enough. Well, it seemed to fucking Leon Kennedy a vagina in that last film. I suppose it's possible.
Korshia said, "You did not just insult Rain Man. Take that back right now." Marvel fan says, "Do you guys remember a TV show called Even Stevens with Shia LaBeouf? This show should be on Disney Plus, but only thing is, there is only the Even Stevens movie. Really? That's a shame."
Okay.
I know what the show was.
Yeah. I used to like the show on BBC 2 in the mornings on a Saturday morning. Yeah. I've never seen the film, so only the film's on there, but not the show. Why Disney? Why? We've got McCord Movies here saying Lost Boys soundtrack is fantastic. Yeah, totally agree.
I love that Tim Capello song. You know, the guy with the saxophone.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Now, I might be wrong with this now. Someone told me this before. But you know the way, like you said there, he's on the stage, he's ripped and all that, he's just... Did someone say the sequel that brought him back into it, that character back in, and apparently he's completely overweight and everything? Did I hear that right?
I've not seen the sequel.
Yeah, apparently there's a scene in it where, again, it's supposed to be the same character, and he's on stage, and he's completely, overweight. It's supposed to be very funny.
The sequel might be worth checking out, just to see if that's true.
I mean, the guy who plays him, he still looks great. Like I saw him recently at a comic convention, and really nice guy. Like one of the nicest people I've ever met at like a convention. Right. And yeah, he still looks great.
Right. Okay.
I don't. So if he is in the other film, I don't know if it's somebody different playing the character.
I think it is. I think that's what they're doing. I think it's someone different.
Yeah.
Oh.
But again, no, I don't know. I heard that now. I don't know if it's true or not, but I did hear something like that.
Right. Probably might have to, because is there like 2 sequels to Lost Boys?
Yeah. Too many.
Yeah.
DVD Film Bloke says, no, I won't take it back. It's a crap film.
Ooh.
Behave now. Behave.
Yeah.
DVD Film Bloke says the soundtrack for Rain Man was the best part. Keep in mind, I'm not even keen on Hans Zimmer. I think most of his soundtracks sound the same.
I think his early work is quite different, like Rain Man and True Romance,
Yeah.
films like that. Yeah.
Didn't he do the theme tune for the TV game show Going for Gold? I'm sure. I'm sure.
I think I've heard something about that as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You know something now? Do you know what's going to happen now? I'm going to go to fucking bed tonight, and that's going to be in my head all night. My woman's going to be looking at me going, why the fuck are you singing Going for Gold? And I'll put her onto you.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, God, it's already in there now. It's
Koroshiichi says, ouch, that's harsh, and he goes and cries softly in the corner. Matt says Blade Runner is his favourite soundtrack.
Yeah.
Beautiful soundtrack. Yeah.
Peter says, shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker, from the South Park film. Soundtrack is a bit of a classic.
My favourite musical.
Yeah, the music from that film is fantastic. Like,
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, watched The Young Sherlock Holmes last night, and to think I went to the cinema to see that film back in '85, plus a stunning score by Bruce Brolton and the incredible CGI night that still looks good.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
That was one of the first scenes to ever use CGI, if I remember correctly.
I like that film. It's pretty good.
I really enjoyed it.
I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah.
The kid in it who plays Watson doesn't half look like Daniel Radcliffe.
Oh, really?
Yes, you're right there. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Of Harry Potter. But, yeah, it's a good little film.
Has it got a Blu-ray release?
I'm not sure.
Surely it does.
I don't know. DVD Film Bloke says, actually, the soundtrack to that film is great. Trey Parker and Matt Stone is very talented. I thought the Book of Mormon was brilliant.
Yeah.
I still like you, though, even if you're being silly about Rain Man. The Retro Girl says, do you think the rumours are true about a Scream 6? I think they pretty much confirmed it.
Don't know.
Yeah, they confirmed it.
Yeah, they confirmed that. That's happening. That was confirmed nearly after its opening weekend. That was always going to happen.
Yeah, because it did really well in the box office, didn't it? Made its money back and
what
then
did you think
some,
about
I think.
The new Scream.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, I did enjoy it. I thought it was just harmless fluff. Like it was just it was there. It didn't offend me. It didn't make me angry or anything like that. I just thought, it was. I thought it was fine. You know.
Right.
I thought it was it could have been a lot worse. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Did you feel that I see my biggest qualm with it is that it just never felt like a Wes Craven movie. Now, I know it's not. I know it's. I think that's Wes Craven's touch makes them movies very special, and I think it was well missed in that movie. It had a cast that I didn't give a shit about.
Yeah, I agree. The first one for me will always be the best one. That'll always be the one I go to the most. It'll always be. It's my favorite. It always will be. Mm-hmm. I think two is a good follow up.
Yeah, it's something. It's exactly like Halloween.
Yeah.
Fantastic, a great follow up. But they've gotten slowly worse as they went on.
Yeah. Can understand that. Yeah.
I think doing Scream 6, it feels a bit like a step too far. I think like Scream 5 was like, I enjoyed it. I thought it was kind of a nice return to form. I didn't think it was the best film in the franchise, but I think like it as a one-off, I think it's fine. But I think if they're gonna do more, I just what more can they do with these films?
That's the thing I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, if they bring back like older characters, it's like how many times are these characters gonna go through this? And
but that's the great. I suppose that's the one great thing they've done with this movie. It's not focused on Sidney Prescott.
Yeah.
So she forced herself into that situation more than it being forced on her.
Yeah.
But what annoys me with Scream now, that's kind of getting on my ass a bit, is this kind of fake deaths in the movie. Where you think someone's gone and then all of a sudden they appear back in a fucking ambulance at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
And you're kind of there and you're like, God, Jesus, now they're back in the second one. And that, it's it happens a lot in the Scream films. It does, and it just gets a bit kind of tiresome.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah.
Right. Peter says, still haven't seen Book of Mormon. Feels like picking up Orgasmo. Think I've only saw half of it ages ago. I did, however, order a bunch of other Ron Jeremy films from Vinegar Syndrome's recent Valentine's Day sale. Ooh.
I don't mind Orgasmo. It's a pretty fun movie for what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never seen it, so.
Yeah. It's not bad. Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't they do Basketball as well?
Basketball, yeah.
Basketball?
Yeah.
If you want to see like other projects by Matt Stone and Trey Park that aren't South Park, Basketball and Orgasmo are
right.
They're good ways to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't they do Team America as well?
Yeah. Yeah. They vowed never to make a sequel to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they just thought it was such a pain in the ass to make.
Yeah, I well believe it.
Yeah.
I watched that as a kid when it came out. My dad thought it was the Thunderbirds film.
Yeah.
Or did you just tell him that?
No, he honestly saw the front cover. He said, "Oh, it's a Thunderbirds film." He said, "Oh, Peter likes Thunderbirds." He bought it and we watched it. He said, "This isn't a Thunderbirds film."
They had actually wanted to do a Thunderbirds film. That's how they got involved with Team America. They wanted to adapt Thunderbirds, but I think that live action one came out the same year. And I think that kind of put them off, so they just made their own thing. But can you imagine them sort of doing a Thunderbirds film with the Yeah.
Wow. Right. Bumpers Movie says Young Sherlock Holmes is amazing. One of my gateway movies into horror growing up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's normally repeated on like Film 4 on like a Sunday afternoon, like every other few months. It's definitely a film I want to get watched again and try and record it.
It's very underrated.
It is.
It's not a film you hear a lot of people talk about.
No. Written by Chris Columbus as well.
I tell you, he's a talented man. That fella. He has done so many incredible movies, written and directed.
Yeah,
so many great movies.
I love Adventures in Babysitting.
Oh my God, I have not seen that film in years.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Shue, isn't it?
Yeah. Vincent D'Onofrio as Thor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. That takes me back.
Yeah. I love that film. It's great. Yeah.
Garcia says, please remind me never to ask Kiefer's opinion on a movie. Thanks.
Why, what did I do?
Right. Retro Girl says, fans are speculating that there will be a Scream 6, which has been confirmed, and Sydney will finally get killed off the end of the franchise.
No. They'll get rid of. They'll probably get rid of Gail Weathers first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Koshi Ichi says he thought Sydney had been killed off long ago. Have only seen the first two movies and found them pretty average.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, absolutely. It's not for everyone.
Yeah.
Loved the first one. Second one, I thought was a decent follow-up. I've got to watch the third one now, and I'm very dubious about that. I've heard really mixed things about the third Scream.
It's I think it's a very Marmite movie. You're gonna like it or hate it.
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I actually like it more than 4. I know most people prefer 4 over 3, but I actually like 3 better.
It did have this kind of. It definitely had this full circle feel to it.
Yeah.
Where, and you kind of sometimes wish that maybe they left it alone with 3. But there was way too much comedy for my liking.
Yeah.
It's got Jay and Silent Bob in it as well at some point. I think. So, yeah.
I think when Scream 3 came out, well, before it came out, I think the Columbine High School Massacre just happened. I think like a lot of movie studios were looking at films as being the reason why all these shootings were happening. So the producers basically said, you can't have as much violence in this film. You've got to make it more comedic. And you just wonder what it might have been if that hadn't happened.
Yeah.
There's something that happened in the new Scream movie. I when I was in the cinema, it was the first time I rolled my eyes in that movie. It was what they called it, a trequel.
Yeah.
And I swear to God, I just looked around at my fiance and I just rolled my eyes. I was like, God, Jesus Christ. A trequel. It's such a teen word.
Yeah.
And it pissed me off right the minute I heard it. And I was like, please don't go down this route now of where. And unfortunately, it did go down that route. God damn it! Fuck me, I hate that movie. I didn't like it at all.
Yeah.
Koroshi Ichi says he actually enjoyed the first one, so we might rewatch it. Right. DVD from Film Bloke says, the 2 things I hate about going into cinemas are annoying kids, idiots on their phones. 15 and 18 films are more tolerable because you don't have to put up with annoying kids. So they do find a way to sneak in.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing worse than when you're kind of in a cinema, a dark room, and then all of a sudden a bright phone is kind of in the corner of your eye, and it's very distracting.
Yeah,
it is.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah. I'm just moving downstairs. Right. Moving on. Film Bloke, the worst for me is getting some idiot behind me, pushing his feet into the back of my seat. I've gotten that so many times, I rarely ever go to the cinema now.
Yeah.
That must be really annoying.
Yeah.
Right. Now, let's see if it looks a bit better now. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Magically changed location. Right. During The Force Awakens, I had this fucking kid behind me who was pushing my seat, and at the end of the film, when Luke pops up, he said, "Who's that?" And I nearly went, "Shut the fuck up."
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
We've got AJ here. Hey all. Hey AJ.
Hey Jay.
Dr. Impossible says, I remember going to see a screening of A Fish Called Wanda in '88, and 2 people were having a full marital argument, and that was right at the moment where John Cleese did his
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, God.
Koroshi Ichi says, that actually sounds like a great way to get through The Force Awakens. I'm jealous. If that was The Last Jedi, I would agree.
Yeah.
I hate the movie. I hate that movie so much.
Oh, God, yeah. It's the only Star Wars movie. I'm not kidding you. It's the only Star Wars movie I cannot watch again.
Yeah.
I've given it 2 go. Oh, actually, no, something. Actually, to tell you the truth, the last one I might not watch again either. I hated that as well.
Yeah. I didn't hate Rise of Skywalker as much, only because after watching Last Jedi, I thought, how can the third one be any good? How can the third movie be any good? And it was exactly what I expected it to be. And I was like, that's exactly what I thought that movie was going to be like. It could not have been any good.
Unfortunately, that's what J.J. Abrams had to deal with that movie. He had to kind of correct everything that fucking Ryan Johnson screwed up with that movie. That's, you know, it was too bloatish. I think that movie. I didn't like it at all.
No. I just stick with the original trilogy now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing: the prequels are not looking so bad now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're bloody masterpieces now compared to the new three.
Right. DVD Film Bloke says, trust it wasn't, to be fair. I actually liked The Force Awakens. It probably doesn't hold up anymore. No, because Last Jedi shitted all over it.
Yeah. Yeah. A prime example of how a sequel can destroy an original movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. AJ says, Keith, you never message.
I never message.
I'm only kidding. I don't know. Don't know. That's just what he put. Koshi
Okay.
Ichi says, I'm only. My phone's gone weird again. Oh, I'm having the technical issues now. I'm only kidding. Sounds like a bad experience indeed. DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, I also hate kids making noise in general. Babies are the worst. To be fair, it's the parents' faults because they shouldn't take babies into the cinemas.
Does that really happen? That's crazy. Why would you bring a baby into a cinema?
I remember
It wouldn't
someone brought a
surprise me.
baby to Casino Royale. I remember someone had a baby in there, and halfway through the film, it started crying, and I just remember so many people in the audience just went crazy, and this person that left, obviously, yeah.
I'm actually shocked. I really am. I kind of get that people, you know, maybe they don't have anyone to mind their children and they want to see the movie, but
Take
wow,
baby into a cinema. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is.
I used to work at a cinema, and they used to have like special showings for people who just had babies who couldn't see the movie. Like the sound was played at a much lower register, and it had subtitles on, so it could, you know, specifically for, you know, like new parents and things like that. But it wasn't a very often done thing. You know, only once in a blue moon. But I wouldn't, you know, you wouldn't take your newborn to, you know, go see the new Batman on a Friday night, would you?
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't do that. That's just insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I can remember knowing somebody in one of the cinemas. I think it was King's Lynn. They were saying like when 50 Shades of Grey film come out, they were all basically in there. All the couples were having sex in the cinema.
I don't believe you.
Honestly, truth. Honestly, truth. They had messes to clean up. Certainly.
Oh no! Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gee, fucking whiz.
Brett says, personally, I really enjoyed the Sean Bean Hitcher remake. I loved it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
No, again, look, I'm not here to criticize. I actually did watch it there not so long ago. I still enjoy Sean Bean in that movie. Like I said, I agree with you, Andy. He doesn't do enough to save it, but I do like him in it.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, that truck scene in the remake, fucking hell!
I knew you
Jesus Christ!
Wow!
Yeah, holy shit!
And they put a little spin on that there as well, didn't they? They kind of
yeah. The remake might be worth watching just for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fucking brutal.
DVD Film Bloke says, and idiots playing on their phones as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Bumper Movie says John Carpenter directs an episode of Masters of Horror. It's called Cigarette Burns, and it's dope as fuck. Also, there's a band episode by Takeshi Miike, and you can only get that on DVD. But I think Jason bought this box set, didn't he?
Yeah, I remember Jason telling me about
John Carpenter directs another episode as well on season 2.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It is.
DVD and Film Bloke says I can tolerate mild rustling, but that's about it. Dr. Impossible says, is there a movie flop that you secretly like, gents?
Oh my god, I love nothing but flops.
Yeah. I mean, just
we,
because
we only just said it tonight. Last night in Soho, all of us loved that movie.
Yeah.
That's one in particular.
I mean, just because it's a flop doesn't mean it's a bad film.
No. Look at the biggest one of the biggest flops of all time. Waterworld. Love the movie.
Yeah, that's a fun movie. Yeah.
There's so many flop movies. I thought, wow, it's loads of them.
Oh.
I don't think it's bloody.
Wasn't The Thing a flop when it released? I know,
I won't say a flop. I say more a disappointment. If anything, because John Carpenter was able to shoot a lot of his films with very cheap budgets. So now Escape from LA. Now that was a flop.
Yeah,
that was a huge flop.
Big Trouble in Little China was a flop.
That was absolutely, because that's all down to studios because the studio wouldn't advertise the movie apparently.
Yeah.
Really?
At the time, yeah. Apparently, John Carpenter, I don't know who it was. Someone there was a critic showing of it, and apparently the critics came out of it and they were saying that this is going to be the biggest film of the summer, and they were all blown away by it. And 20th Century Fox just wouldn't advertise the movie. And it flopped. Baffling.
Wow.
Yeah. That's shocking. Peter says, Cigarette Burns is great. I like it a lot too. The only seen a few of the other Masters of Horror ones.
I'll tell you, there was a scene in that Cigarette Burns. I'll tell you, there's a real brutal scene in that movie. I'm not going to say it, but there is. I know the lads I know exactly. They'll be thinking the exact same scene that I'm thinking of. But there is a really brutal scene in that movie.
Carlos says, Pete, I'm sure there's several books of 100 films you must watch. Get watching. Yeah, I have seen quite a few of these books about and thought, oh, shall I get them? But yeah, I've got a list of films I should watch. Probably is a book in itself. How many?
In all fairness to you, Pete, you have watched in the last couple of months. You have ended up catching up on a few films that you said you never seen. So you do kind of get around to them in time.
Yeah, in time. Yeah. It's only really been like about 2, probably 3 years since I've fully started getting into films, watching them since like start of the lockdown.
You went through a massive John Carpenter phase, didn't you? Like you were watching a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, I did. I think that was like in October, September time. Peter says, why is the Mickey episode banned? Did it include actual cruelty to animals? Don't know.
I honestly don't know.
We've got Gary, the Blu-ray addict here. Hey, gents. Thanks for joining, Gary.
Hi, Gary.
I miss his videos. I really do miss his videos. I wish he'd come back.
Yeah, I agree. Peter says, what is Andy's favourite Rob Snyder film? The Animal?
It's not The Animal. I've never seen it. My favourite Rob Schneider movie is Home Alone 2.
Brilliant. No, I actually wouldn't have went there. Now, actually, you kind of forget.
Yeah,
he's actually in that movie. But yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, Home Alone 2 for me. The chemistry between him and Tim Curry.
Yeah.
Tim Curry makes that movie for me, and him and Rob Schneider are just.
There's always one bit in that film, Home Alone 2, with Tim Curry is when Yuan slaps him.
Yeah.
and you just see the bottom lip going,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. God, I love that movie. I love both of them films.
Yeah. I picked this. I was out. Me and Mike went to town. I found Home Alone 2 on Blu-ray, and it's such a rare Blu-ray to find. And I was like, I've got to get it. Yeah.
I actually have. I'm hoping that I'm going to feature it someday in my rare videos that I'm doing, the rare pieces of my collection. But I have the Home Alone collection, and it comes in a paint can.
Yeah, the pit. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
I thought it was brilliant. I thought
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, the content in it is very cheap.
Yeah.
But I think the paint tin, just to get it in the paint tin, was genius.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carlos says action movie star, Face Off, Chuck Norris, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Sly Stallone, Arnie, and Bruce Willis. Guys, who do you prefer, and who had the better career?
Oh,
What a question.
I mean, I'd say.
Now, are we talking about like who had the better career? Are we talking personally or who? You know, because if you're going by probably movies, maybe Stallone. Would it be?
I'd say Stallone.
I would say Stallone as well.
I'd say Stallone has had possibly the best quality when it comes to his movies.
Mm.
Yeah,
I'd say in terms of career, like action movie star, Arnie. For me, it's hands down Arnie. Bruce Willis, I'm sorry to say, has been on a decline.
Oh, no, that's not a decline, Andy. That's just a pure and utter fucking disaster. That's what that is. He's given up.
The decline's happened. Yeah, we're past the decline. Yeah. For me, Arnie I've always had the draw to come back to Arnie's movies.
Mm.
The top five for me: Terminator 1 and 2, Total Recall, True Lies, and Predator. They're like there's apex movies, and then there's ones underneath that I really enjoy, like Jingle All the Way, Twins, Kindergarten Cop.
Yeah.
Mm.
There's a lot
so many
done there.
So many.
Stallone, I think Stallone's got he's got a best picture to his name.
Mm.
Yeah.
Rocky.
Yeah.
That's an unbelievable franchise as well. That's great. First Blood, fuck me, that's a movie, man. That's phenomenal. That's probably the best he's ever been.
Absolutely.
And
There's so many.
There's too many.
Demolition Man, Stallone is again unbelievable movie. I said this before, and I might have said it on the last stream I was with you, Peach, but I have a huge fondness for that film Detox with Stallone. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
Yeah.
But it's basically a slasher movie.
Yeah.
It just happens to have these kind of has-been kind of actors in it.
Yeah.
And I do love it. But I have to admit, I was watching The Expendables 2 the other night. And I have to give credit when credit's due. When Chuck Norris makes his cameo in that movie, I think it's just epic. I really do. It put the biggest smile on my face when he came into it. And Van Damme played a good villain in that movie as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's got some good movies as well. He doesn't.
Absolutely.
He doesn't. For me, he doesn't have like the quality of Arnie's best.
No.
Stallone's best. But his movies are still very, very good and enjoyable.
Sudden
Death is my favorite.
Yeah.
I missed that actor. He was such a good actor. I loved him whenever he popped up in a movie.
Who was it?
Powers Booth.
Oh, he was. I'll tell you one thing. What a bastard of a villain in that movie he was.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he played it so well. That's something that I do love it. But it is effectively Die Hard when you think about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
But it's brilliant. It's just an incredible movie. Time Cop. Another great movie.
Nowhere to Run. I think it's great.
And we mentioned it there earlier. John Woo's first American movie, Hard Target. Unbelievable film.
Yeah.
He's had some great movies.
Yeah.
I think if I had to choose, my least favorite would be Chuck Norris. As much as I hate to say that.
Yeah, the only one I've really seen is Delta Force. That's the only one I've really seen. And that music is fucking amazing. That Alan Silvestri soundtrack is amazing.
That's why it's played all throughout the film.
One day, I'm going to put that on my phone and drive to work listening to that. I'm going to have the windows down, it blasting, and I'm just going to drive to. I'm going to rock up in the car park, and people at work are going to thinking, "What the fuck is he doing?"
I love the soundtrack in that movie because there's only the one song.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Here we go. Edward Coppock says, "What's your thoughts on the news about Star Trek for J.J. Abrams?"
Is that actually happening?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they pretty much confirmed it now.
Do you know something? There was enough time passed now that maybe it might be a good thing. Maybe. Depends on how they're going to go about it. Because there was rumors going around that Chris Hemsworth was going to be back in it as well as Kirk's father. But I don't know if they're going down that route now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be on board for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I would.
I honestly don't mind the trilogy of films. I have fun with them, so yeah, I'd welcome a fourth one.
Actually, I didn't hate any of them. I enjoyed all three.
Yeah. I think the third one wasn't directed by J.J. Abrams, was it? I think it was directed by someone else.
The guy who, I think he did one or two of the Fast and Furious movies.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Justin Lin, is it?
Yeah. Something like that.
And that was written by Simon Pegg as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah. David says, "American Pie presents Girls' Rules. Have you watched?"
Wow, they're actually still making them. I didn't know that. I honestly didn't know that.
No, I haven't seen it. I don't plan on seeing it.
No, probably not.
I don't think they can make those movies anymore.
Yeah. That's the only one spin-off I've not seen. I've seen all the others.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah.
Because isn't there like a camp one? Band camp or something?
Yeah, Band Camp, Naked Mile, Beta House, Book of Love, and this one, I think. Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't there a bit in Band Camp where they put semen into someone's...
Yeah.
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 Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I do love those four original movies. I do. I do think they're great.
Oh, I love them as well.
Yeah.
I do. I actually remember seeing them in the cinema, and I enjoyed. Yeah, I enjoyed them all. I had no problems with them, and I would love to see one more.
Yeah. If they can get the cast back again.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Peter says, "Gotta say, Chuck Norris is my favourite of the ones you mentioned. I also, of course, like Schwarzenegger, Stallone, and to a certain extent, Jean-Claude Van Damme, although he's more of a guilty pleasure." Yeah. Yeah. Gary says, "Anyone know any news about the Titan Occult label and what they're doing next? Maybe they're waiting for Moonfall." What was the last one they done? Matrix and Casino Royale.
I knew if he was going to leave a comment, he'd say something about Moonfall. Gary, I've heard nothing. I'm starting to get very worried that they're done. I hope not, but I normally you would hear something by now about upcoming releases, so getting a little concerned. And to be honest, if they are done, it's their own greedy ass fault for putting that $5 price hike on it. They don't deserve. They don't. I do love the label. I think they're fantastic, but £35 is too much. It should have been always £30. And
are they the ones with the pins like the Matrix and Casino Royale?
Yeah. They threw an extra $5 on, and you got nothing extra for that £5. There was nothing. As a matter of fact, if anything, they've gotten worse since they put the £5 up. So, so like I said, if they are gone, it's their own fault.
Right. David says, "What is your favorite Batman actor, and what's your favorite Joker actor?"
I'd have to say Michael Keaton would be, even though it's not my favorite Batman movie, but I still have to go with Michael Keaton as Batman.
Yeah, of course.
And the Joker, yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. Has to be Jared Leto. No, the Joker one is too hard. I thought Joaquin Phoenix was phenomenal. I thought Heath Ledger was phenomenal, and Jack Nicholson is, all great performances.
Andy?
Batman. I'm going to go with Michael Keaton. I'm going to go with I'm going to go with Mark Hamill for Joker.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah.
That to me will always be the Joker. When I actually found out, and I think it was Mike who told me that it actually was Mark Hamill, I couldn't believe it.
I never seen any of the animated films, but I did play the games, and he was phenomenal.
Yeah, Arkham City, Arkham Asylum, so good.
Oh, unbelievable.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. Just unbelievable. I couldn't place Mark Hamill as the voice of the Joker. Like I couldn't, I couldn't associate it with him because it just didn't sound like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can remember when I played the games and I checked the credits and it said Mark Hamill. What? Luke Skywalker? Nah, surely. Yeah, I couldn't believe it, but yeah, he is so good, so haunting as the Joker.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the one like. When I played that, what was it, the Arkham Knight? The way he just kept popping up. You never knew when he was going to pop, and he'd be there, and he'd be wisecracking at you, and it was just he was absolutely incredible. I completely forgot about that Mark Hamill. I feel embarrassed I've forgotten about that. Incredible.
But yeah, Mike.
George Clooney and Jared Leto.
George Clooney with nipples as well.
Yeah. No, Michael Keaton and Mark Hamill as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I echo the same, definitely. DVD from Film Bloke says, would anyone see a reverse dog movie where the dog kills the human?
Yeah, Cujo.
Yeah.
I would, yeah.
Our man's best friend.
Why is it that we have no problem seeing humans get killed in films, but when it's like animals, it's the worst thing in the world? So I have no problem seeing humans being killed in films. So yeah, if we get
it is weird. It's weird when you think about it because apparently footage got released there of Cristiano Ronaldo throwing his dog into a swimming pool. And you can see that the dog was stressed out and all that. And you watch the video and it looks terrible. But all I could do then when I watched that video was just fantasize about grabbing that twat by the scruff of the hair and throwing him into the pool. And I wouldn't have gave a shit. I wouldn't have. So yeah, I don't know what it is. It's dogs. Any dog movies, it just kills me. I even start feeling a bit sorry for Cujo sometimes in that movie as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate it when you see an animal getting like distressed or killed in a movie. It's horrible.
That's why I can never watch the likes of them. You know them. Again, everyone goes on about them on YouTube. The likes of that Cannibal Holocaust and all that.
Yeah.
I just could not watch.
No.
You know, the animal cruelty. Like I don't care what animal it is. I just don't want to see it.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Right. DVD Film Bloke says the first Wayne's World had a better story, but the second one had better gags.
Yeah. I just enjoy the second one a lot more because I saw that was the first one. Again, the first one I saw. I grew up with that one a lot more, but the first one I think is a stronger movie. But
It's a bit like Home Alone 2, isn't it? In a way, like Home Alone will always be my favorite Home Alone movie, but you can't deny that Home Alone 2. It's they do that whole it's bigger, and it is a lot funnier.
yeah,
But yeah, my heart always goes to the first though.
yeah.
Yeah. Bumpers movie says Man's Best Friend is a 90s killer dog movie. Can't remember if it's any good though.
Is that's the Lance Hendrickson in it?
I don't know if I'm thinking of the same movie, but I'm nearly sure. Is there a thing? Again, hopefully someone will leave a comment, but I'm nearly sure there's a scene in that where a dog pisses fire in it.
What?
Yeah, I'm nearly sure there's a bit where he cuts his leg and he just pisses fire. Now, I might be wrong. It might be a different movie. But I have a feeling it is that one.
Well, I'm sold if it is. What a way of film.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, Retro Girls said there's been a film called Cujo. Would be good to see them go on a date film though. Yeah. It's a bit in is it Ghostbusters Afterlife where he drags out the TV and say, "Here, kids, watch Cujo."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in tears laughing when I seen them.
Yeah.
How sad was it with Ivan Reitman's death as well? Isn't it terrible? Yeah.
Definitely. Good point, but I mean, one that's a tender, heartbreaking drama and not a horror. Dr. Impossible says, hardest watch for me with dogs was an animated film, The Plague Dogs. Jesus, 2 dogs escape a north of England MOD research centre and go on the run from humans and the government.
Wow, I never heard of it.
No, never seen it.
Niall says, shame on you guys, the remake of TCM is not better than the original. Here is why: the acting in the remake was awful compared to the original.
Well, I never said it was better. I said it's a good remake. I just think it's a good watch and a well-made movie. I don't think it's better than the original, but I do think it's still a very competent movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Again, I have to really strongly disagree with saying that the acting is better than the original movie. I absolutely do not agree with that. No, I don't. I don't think there was anything wrong with the likes of Jessica Biel in that movie.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I like the original the best, but I do really love the remake. It's a very close second. I think when I was younger, that was the one I preferred watching. If I wanted to watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I'd go to the remake. I do really like it. More recent times, I have grown to like the original more, but I still think the remake's a really, really good film.
You don't think your man in the wheelchair in the original? No, Jesus, he drives me mad.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that.
Yeah. And someone turned around and said that. I remember reading that on Instagram. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it's the only film where you pray for the person in the wheelchair to be killed.
Bumpers Movie says Plague Dog is fantastic. The novel was written by the same guy who did Watership Down.
Very good.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a messed up movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tony says, I've got Watership Down to watch, a film from my past I still haven't seen yet, and I'm not looking forward to it either, but great animation. Yeah. Yeah. Wait until the song Bright Eyes come on.
Yeah,
absolutely. That song is beautiful.
Totally. I would never allow a young child to watch The Plague Dogs, even though the film has a PG rating. Dark film, but well animated.
Okay.
Bumper says, I agree, mate. Only saw it a few years ago after reading about it. DVD Film Bloke says, Watership Down is a U somehow, yet Frozen is a PG for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can remember when they showed Watership Down on Channel 5 a couple of Easters ago, there was a lot of complaints about it. People were complaining about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can understand that.
Yep. Dr. Impossible says Old Yeller was a hard watch. All about dog contracting rabies and the young boy having to come to terms with its death.
Yeah.
Disney, yeah, I can remember that. Oh. DVD Even Film Bloke says, in The Lost World, Jurassic Park, John Hammond is a maniac. Not seen any other Jurassic World movies, and it's took me ages to watch the rest. The first one was the only one worth watching.
I suppose the one thing I can say about it is, like, I think, when you do watch the first movie, you're not missing a whole lot by missing the sequels. It's, I don't know what else to say. It's, you're honestly not missing out.
Yeah, it's like once you've watched the first movie, that nothing tops it after that.
Well, the spectacle is gone, isn't it? It was such a spectacle. It was, and then it's kind of like it's just more of the same. Then,
yeah,
totally. Tony says there is a scene in the remake of Willard involving a cat and a bunch of rats. That gets me.
I know of that movie. I have not seen it though.
Yeah.
Is that the one with Kristen Glover?
I think so. I think Second Sight brought edition of it. Edition. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
This movie says apparently there's some sound issues on the new 4K of Escape from LA. Films at Home has just posted about it.
Not again. Mad Max all over again.
Why can't they get these right? Like,
I don't know.
Always have, every release now seems to have an issue.
Yeah.
And they don't notice it.
And then you're paying all this high price for it, and it's not transferred. That's the thing that gets me. But yeah, because I know Arrow has a lot of issues with their 4Ks, don't they?
Oh yeah, they're a disaster. They're an absolute disaster. So many issues.
Yeah.
We all just cut it out for a bit there. Tony says, "Is there any actor or actresses that get on your nerves and you can't get away with?"
Actors get on your nerves. I'm not one actor I really, really don't like, and I think he's in the wrong line of work, is Michael Cera. I cannot stand him for the life of me. And I'm not a big fan of Anne Hathaway either, if I'm honest.
Okay. Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
I can't stand.
Yeah.
Musically or in acting. Can't stand her.
Yeah.
An actor. I can't think of an actor. Do you know, I was going to say an actor. Now, I don't hate him, but I just don't get excited when he brings out a new film. It's The Rock. I never get excited by any film. When someone, like, even is it Black Adam? Is that what it's called? His new one?
Black Adam, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I don't hate him. He's not only that, but he's a real nice guy. I just feel that, you're just getting it's just the same thing with The Rock. Unfortunately,
too many films coming out in such a short time.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't have The Rock doesn't have the caliber that Stallone or Schwarzenegger have.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have like a Rocky or a Predator or a Terminator or First Blood. He has a ton of like erasers or You know, that's like really the best you're going to get from him, I think.
So yeah, I agree there. What about you, Mike?
There's two actors that I don't necessarily hate them. They don't get on my nerves, but I'm just don't really care for them. And Andy, you'll know who they are, but one of them's Kevin Costner, and the other one's Russell Crowe. And I think it's more to do with the fact that what I've heard about what they're like in real life, because I think by all accounts, Russell Crowe's he's not the nicest of people. And I think I can kind of see that when I look at his face and I see him in movies. And Kevin Costner, I just feel like in the early 90s, he seemed to have a bit of an ego to him. Like I think once he did Dances with Wolves and it was a big success, I feel like he kind of thought, I can do whatever I want and it'll do well. And then obviously a lot of films didn't do very well, like Waterworld and Wyatt Earp and the Postman and I don't know, but like I watch them and I don't hate them. I just don't really care for either of them.
Have you actually ever watched a film by them where it, like, for instance, would you be put off watching The Gladiator?
No, because I do actually really like that film. I don't know what it is. It's just I guess like if Russell Crowe were to release a new film, I wouldn't be in a rush to go and see it just because he's in it. But I know he has. They both of them have made some, fantastic films. I love like the Untouchables, A Perfect World.
Yeah,
I even do like Waterworld as well. Dances with Wolves. I do like them. And Russell Crowe, like Gladiator's great. Trying to think what else.
I actually watched the film with Russell Crowe now. Sorry, did you watch that Unhinged?
I was going to say Unhinged. Yeah, he was brilliant in that.
Hey, one thing, talking about living to the name of that movie. Wow.
Yeah. I was just gonna say there's a movie that they're both in together. Man of Steel.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
I think when I found out both of them were in that film, I was like, oh God.
For me, for an actor who I'm not that keen on, I don't mind him in the Jumanji films, but I don't know, Kevin Hart, I just find him quite annoying in some films for me.
Yeah, that's fair enough,
Yeah.
Retro Girl says, Keith, I absolutely love Dog Soldiers, and I hope it does come out on 4K.
The horrible thing is, it is out in 4K. I have it. Just don't ever buy it. It's I don't know. I'm actually speechless. I can't even talk about the transfer on that movie. You wouldn't believe it. It's talking about being bent over and screwed. That's exactly what I got with that transfer. Horrible. And it's a shame because it's such a beautiful release. It comes in a beautiful media book, and just shocking. And it should have been. I didn't actually know, but anyone that's familiar with 4K, it's HDR or Dolby Vision is what really makes 4K stand out. And I didn't even know when I bought the movie that there's actually no HDR on it. It's just a standalone 4K resolution. So I got badly screwed on that one.
Dr. Impossible says, I stick by what I say. I think physical will be completely gone by the end of the decade.
No, absolutely not.
I can't see it myself.
I hope not.
I think it'll be in lesser demand probably, but it won't be gone. I think probably the only physical media sort of side that will go is probably gaming, because they want to keep focusing on that all digital future, but films will still stick about, I think.
Do you think physical gaming copies will disappear?
There's a feeling, especially with Xbox, with what they're going with, it feels like they're going to try and get rid of discs for the next generation. but I think Nintendo will still keep like cartridges and discs still going.
Doesn't seem, would there not be a big like, because the whole thing about getting physical games is if you play them, you can train them back in and get your money back. Well, not get your money back, but get at least half of it back.
Yeah,
If it goes all digital, that option is gone.
yeah, it just keeps to your profile. So basically, you take your profile off your console, trade it in, buy a different console, and if it's like an Xbox, you'll have your games there for the next future Xbox, so forth and so forth.
Right.
But I prefer physical copy. If you buy a game and you don't like it, boom, you can get your money back or some of it back, traded it in. And also digital copies are more expensive.
Yeah, which is baffling. Makes no sense.
If you bought a PS5 game digitally, you're talking 70 quid nearly. Some of them are.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right.
I can't justify that price, to be honest.
It's hard. I'm not gonna I don't get me wrong. I'm going to get Horizon on Friday, but I won't be happy about paying 70 quid for it. I can tell you that now.
Yeah, I mean, even the PS4 version has gone up £10 to 60 quid.
Oh, of course it is.
Which is like why it should be like at its 50. I mean, I don't mind paying 50 quid for certain games, but 60 quid's too much.
See, a lot of people will turn around and say to me like, "Oh, if you're not happy paying €70, wait for it to go down." But I don't think people realize, especially with PlayStation 5 at the moment. I went into GameStop there last week, and I took out Ghost of Tsushima, and it's still 65 quid.
Yeah,
it is. You're going to be waiting a long time for these games to go down, especially if they're big hits, the likes of Horizon and all that. They won't go down anytime soon.
No, and games like Nintendo, they keep their prices all the time. They never drop.
Yeah,
at all.
Ridiculous.
DVD Even Film Bloke says, my mum and sister watched The Masked Singer and I have no idea why. I like the concept, but it has no right to be as long as it is.
The Masked Singer? I never heard of it.
It's basically like a load of celebrities dress up in these costumes and you have to guess who the celebrities are.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
But it's treated like the X Factor, isn't it? It's like 2 or 3 hours long.
It's so long in the tooth and so long-winded. It's a big waste of time.
Right.
The whole show. Yeah.
Niall says Cobra Kai never dies.
Absolutely.
And the Retro Girl says, what's your favourite genre of film?
It'd have to be horror for me.
Yeah, it seems to be going the same way for me. It's mostly what I've been watching just recently.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Mike. Horror all the way. I think John Carpenter kind of mentioned that about horror. That it's going to be it's always been there. It always will be there.
Yeah,
and they are the movies. The horror movies are going to be the movies that are the big money makers. They're always going to be because they're made so cheaply, and they'll it's and some of the horrors that we're getting out now, even the likes of Jordan Peele's. Did you see the trailer to Dope? Nope. Sorry, yeah. It looks absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah,
can't wait to see it. I can't. So I have to go with horror.
Andy?
It's a tough one because I don't really tend to gravitate towards one genre. It's like I always look for like a competent movie. As long as the movie's well made, I don't really sort of care what genre it comes from. But I must admit, when growing up, I did love horror. That was that was the go-to.
I think that's what I'm saying. I think when I start thinking about some of my favorite movies, of all time, the bulk of them are horror.
Yeah.
So that's probably why I'm leaning towards that genre.
Yeah. I think deep down there's something about being scared that people like being scared, and I think that's why they gravitate to horrors. And I think because when I watch a horror film, I want to watch a horror film because I want to feel scared. I want it to disturb me. I think with a lot of other genres, you can't really get that, but with horror, it's a special one.
Yeah.
I agree. We've got Gary North here. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Tony says, what's your opinion on TV channels showing the same films over and over again where there's over millions of films to choose from?
They just probably don't want to pay the rights to them. That's probably why.
That's true. Yeah. I agree there. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, same reason. They just don't want to pay the rights, but they are what they are. I like sometimes like flicking through and you get to a channel and there's a movie on you like. Sometimes I just stick with it if I get into it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Whoa, we are well behind on the comments.
Wow.
Well, shall I see if I can get through them quite quickly?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, because I know you got to work in the morning, Andy, and night, and I think you have, Keith. Luke says, hi guys, how's it going? Been watching some of your videos, Keith, mate. That Evil Dead set you got unboxing was brilliant, mate. It looked gorgeous. Yeah.
That video has just exploded. My channel has gone through something truly extraordinary at the moment. It's an actual whirlwind ride I'm on at the moment. I cannot believe, 3 weeks ago I hit 2,000 subscribers, and I'm getting close now to 3. It's extraordinary. I just on this and that it started with the Ghostbusters video. That kind of really started things for me. But then that Evil Dead that he's talking about it's just gone huge now. I think the last time I seen it was on 8,000 views. It's doing so well for me.
Wow, it is impressive. Gary says License to Drive has a Spanish Blu-ray release.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Yeah. Edward says, what's your favourite Edgar Wright directed movie?
I'm going to say Hot Fuzz.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so hard. Sean and Hot Fuzz, it's so hard. Yeah, I'm going to go with Mike as well. I'm going to go with Hot Fuzz.
Yeah, Hot Fuzz.
Yeah.
I'll say Shaun of the Dead, but it's like so close between the two, isn't it?
Sophie's choice.
Yeah.
Oh, such a great movie.
Bumper says License to Drive, Daddy Cadillac are the same film.
Thank you very much. I'll buy that. So.
DVD and Film Bloke says Lost Boys is great. I still have it on DVD. It's still one of the first titles I got when I started collecting. Seriously, so around early 2015 before I upgraded to the Blu-ray. Normally, I don't double dip, so I won't bother upgrading. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Fistful of Fingers?
Never seen it.
Never seen it myself.
That's Edgar Wright's first film, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I've never seen it though.
I've never seen it. I didn't actually know that.
I didn't know that. I just thought it was somebody grabbing a load of Cadbury's chocolate fingers myself. David O says, I think physical media is an art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Perfect.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, physical media cons are the room and paying per title. Streaming is access to certain titles.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you build your own collection of films you like. You don't have a streaming service with like probably 90% of films you don't watch and only about 10 you actually like.
Yeah.
Great point.
DVD and Film Bloke says that I'm more of a movie collector than a media collector, as I'm buying limited editions all the time. I will buy second-hand titles if I have no choice. I also love extras, so you often get better value. Sometimes the extras are better than the movies, and also you don't get the
that's true.
extras on streaming.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Dr. Impossible says, yes, Keith, Daddy's Cadillac is licensed to drive. Shock in Australia did a terrific Blu-ray release of Monster Squad.
Well, there you go. There's two birds. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Perfect.
DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, I always love the buzz of going to HMV and buy titles which I wanted to watch for ages. Sadly, many of the obscure titles are only available second-hand.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm never surprised when I go into HMVs now. Like, if I go into a HMV, it's because I'm looking for something in particular. But it's when I go to CEX, that's where I'll,
there you go.
When I go into them, I don't know what I'm going to expect to find in there.
Exactly.
It's always a bit more fun going shopping in CEX than HMV.
That's why I just kind of just come back to that whole thing where I was saying earlier, where you used to go, and you used to find these little hidden shops. That's where you would find the more obscure titles. I used to love it.
Yeah. HMV, you go in one, you're probably going into a mall because they're all the same set amount of titles.
Yeah.
I've seen people doing videos like that before where, they kind of like, they went to HMV here, and then all of a sudden, I went to HMV. And I'm like, but aren't you not just going to the same thing again? Is there really going to be anything different? It's, don't fully understand it.
No.
Tony says, I'm still buying DVDs as I can watch them anywhere in the house on a portable player.
Happy days.
Adam says, hi guys, hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining, Adam. We've just gone past the 4-hour mark and 20 people are still watching.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, thank you everybody for watching at home. DVD and Film Bloke, also a one for buying physical media is if a film is crap, you can always sell it or make your money back destroying it on YouTube.
I never sell anything. I live with my mistakes.
Yeah. There's movies in my collection I will never watch again because they're garbage, but I will never get rid of them.
Yeah. That got brought up in a conversation I had with someone on YouTube. Now, I think he was being a snarry little prick, but he was just trying to make sense of it. And I was trying to explain it to him because it's the collector in me that won't let them go. But then I also made a good point where just because I hate them, it doesn't mean my family will.
That's true.
You know what I mean? They might enjoy them. So, I would never sell anything.
Yeah.
No. DVD and Film Bloke says, I normally only buy DVDs if the films don't have a Blu-ray release. Yeah. Now my Blu-ray collection is going neck and neck with my DVD collection. That's good.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
Tony says, charity shops are great for DVDs. £4 for a pound, very cheap, but check condition. Yeah.
Yeah, Jason Brett is building an incredible collection from charity shops at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. His charity shops are incredible. Around here, it's complete rubbish.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke. Also, am I the only one person who keeps their DVDs and Blu-rays together and don't separate them? The only part of my collection that's segregated is my Doctor Who collection.
No, I have to separate mine. I do.
Yeah, I do.
I'm not going to be separating my 4Ks from my Blu-rays, though.
That's sacrilegious.
Yeah, I know.
No, because in this room I have Blu-rays here. There's 2 shelves here beside me is all Blu-rays. Then over in this massive shelf I have all my kind of Arrow 101 films and all my steelbooks are there as well. And then to the right of me I have all my 4K, and then over here then I have 3D. So I do have all kind of segments. But again, the only problem with that is you kind of run out of room in one area, so it's it's inevitable, I suppose.
Yeah. Radiant Raccoon says, tell Keith to call his brother when he's done.
I tell you one thing, I'm going to do a lot more than call him. My foot is going right up his fucking ass.
Tony says my local charity shop has literally thousands of DVDs on the shop floor. The missus wasn't happy as I went through every one and come out with 6.
Well, it could have been worse. We could have went through them all and come out with none.
Yeah, I've done that.
Tony says, what's your opinion on the film like Hobo with the Shotgun and Devil's Rejects? Personally, too much gore for me.
I've spoken about this so many times. My favorite horror movie of all time is Halloween. You rarely see blood in that movie. I think you actually see, you rarely see blood in it. And like Tom Clancy, my friend Tom Clancy said, that's what gives that power. That gives you power over you. That movie. It's the lack of. It's not what you see. It's and I think I honestly, and I've said this so many times, I do not think a horror movie should be defined by its violence. You know, a great horror movie should be. I mean, and me personally, I think it should be done the way like the likes of Halloween is done. The Fog.
Yeah.
You know, again, The Fog. When you watch The Fog, not a single drop of blood to be seen in that movie. You know, so I'm not big into my gory dog. I don't get put off by it, but I would rather not see it.
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, well, the Devil's Rejects in particular, that the Rob Zombie one. I mean, his films are they're not for me. They're not enjoyable to watch because they're just so overly brutal, overly extreme, and all of the characters.
And vulgar as well, Mike.
Yeah.
He's very vulgar. I think he is as well. It's not.
All of the characters in his films, they're unlikable, and like you say, they're just vulgar, and it's all like trailer trash type characters, and So that film in particular, it's okay, but it's not the best.
Niall says in Denmark they have something called a baby cinema. That's cool.
Okay.
Whoa, that's quite a while back, isn't it? I think I must have been about an hour ago. DVD Film Bloke says the original Star Wars trilogy is the only one worth watching. I still hate the prequels. Attack of the Clones is monstrously dull.
Yeah.
That's a very good movie, Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
Very.
I still think when you watch Revenge of the Sith, the Anakin and Obi-Wan lightsaber duel at the end of that is just absolutely epic.
It is one of the best lightsaber battles in the series.
Oh, it's just extraordinary. And just for that alone, I think it's worth checking out.
Yeah. I think that's quite a solid film, to be fair.
I like it. Yeah. It is so bleak. It is. And I enjoyed it. I liked it.
Yeah.
Gary says, I had a woman come into the cinema when I was watching the first Wonder Woman with 3 screaming kids. They left about 45 minutes into the film. I think she was embarrassed she couldn't keep them quiet. Talk Radio bombed when it came out, and it's a great movie. Box office is never a gauge for a film's success. If it was the case, Twilight films are masterpieces. That's true.
Yeah. Brilliant. I love that movie, Talk Radio. It's fucking great. I love it.
I haven't seen it in years, and I remember loving it.
Yeah.
Gary says, Big Trouble in Little China found its success on VHS. I must have rented it 20 times.
I was the same.
Retro Girl says, if Bruce Lee and Brandon Lee was still alive, do you think they would be in a movie together?
Absolutely.
I hope so. Yeah, hope so.
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
Yeah.
Bumpers said that the Takeshi Miike film wasn't animal cruelty, it was just torture porn, as it was set in a brothel in an older time Japan.
Okay.
Luke says, watch Marry Me and Super Cool today, and both movies were brilliant. Super Cool was a bit like Super Bad in a way, very good film. Isn't that Marry Me the new one with Owen Wilson and is it
My favorite
name?
actress.
Yeah, your favourite act. Yeah.
Yeah.
It certainly looks like an interesting film, but hey, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Luke.
Absolutely.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I keep bringing up Rain Man, but honestly, Talk Radio deserves the best picture over Rain Man.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I mean, my personal favourite film of 88 is Die Hard, but Talk Radio comes a pretty close second. 88 is actually one of my favourite years in regards of films.
Yeah. It's a good year. It was a good year.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says, I think the Expendables 4 sounds crap without Sly, Arnie, Terry, but 1 or 2 is returning. But Megan Fox, now this sounds straight to home media release.
Wait a minute, no, that's not the Expendable 4. That's Stallone, isn't it?
He is, isn't he? I thought
nearly
you
certain
announced he
he's
was in it. Yeah.
I'm nearly positive he is.
Well, technically Sly is in it, but possibly in it for the 10 minutes into the film. Don't know.
I know Jason Statham is in it, and I can't imagine, because the way them two play off each other in them movies, I can't imagine Stallone not being in it from the get-go with him. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure where that's coming from.
Don't know. I'm pretty certain he has been confirmed for the film.
Yeah,
It's not an Expendables film without him, to be fair.
absolutely.
Tony says Cesar Romero as Joker in the 60s TV show for me.
Yeah. Very good.
Gary North says Rob Lowe was good in the first Wayne's World. Yep.
Yeah.
Peter says, I tuned out here a bit to join Michael Keane's stream. Did you discuss my question about Andy's favourite Rob Schneider film? Yes, we did, didn't we? DVD from Film Bloke says, sorry, whenever I think of Bright Eyes, I can't help but think of the League of Gentlemen.
Yeah, there's a bit with Bright Eyes in the Wallace and Gromit movie.
Yeah, I think there is.
Yeah, it turns on the radio and Bright Eyes comes on. There's the yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Are you talking about the League of Gentlemen, BBC's TV show? Yes. The last great comedy show the BBC ever made. Have you seen the hedgehog scene in the anniversary? Peter says he wasn't a fan of Chadwick Boseman. Not a fan.
It's fair enough.
Fair enough, yeah.
Gary agrees with you about The Rock, Keith.
Wow, that's really going back. Oh no, sorry, I thought you were talking about the movie The Rock. Sorry. I was just going to say, Jesus, that's going back a hell of a long time.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah. Romper Stomper is great.
Great movie.
We've got Irish Yoda here. Hey, from Ireland, lads. Thanks.
Wow,
for joining.
he actually recently just commented. I think 2 days ago. He left a comment. He lives very close to me.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. I'm new to the channel because I haven't recognised his name before. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay, right, okay.
Yeah. Thanks for joining, mate.
Absolutely.
Niall says, I know that I may be the only one who thinks Gladiator is overrated.
I'm sure there's haters out there for the movie. I love it, but it's not for everyone.
Yeah,
I enjoy it. It's one of those sort of heartbreaking, brutal movies, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
agree.
don't know why, but every time I think of Gladiator, I always think of the musical score in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the music is probably the best thing about the film.
Yeah, it's so
brilliant film.
So beautiful.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says the first film, Jurassic Park, has CGI that still looks stunning. I just watched the new trailer to the new film, and the dinosaurs certainly don't look as good. CGI today looks rushed.
Oh, I don't know about that now. I don't get me wrong. Jurassic Park is absolutely stunning. I have to admit, the Brontosaurus scene, the very first dinosaur you see now, is starting to look its age a bit.
Yeah.
But it's the only kind of scene that looks aged in that movie. But I have to admit, I thought the dinosaurs look great in the modern movies. I have no problems with them.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. Marvel fan says the scene was quite squeamish due to the mother, the daughter, and Mr. Chinnery given the bodies. Oh yeah, this was talking about the League of Gentlemen. Retro Girl says, Playtendoguy, will you be buying the new WWE game when it comes out? No, I only really bought them because they were like 50p and £1.50 each. So that's why I bought them. And I've heard they're not very good, so they'll probably end up just being spare cases.
That's speaking of rushed. That's what I've heard about them games. I heard they just rushed them out, and apparently they have a history of problems with them.
Yeah, and it sounds like this new one will be very much the same, which is
Yeah.
a shame. But Peter says, I want 88 Films to do another flash sale. I think the last one was in July last year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're talking about League of Gentlemen. That's I think that's finished now. But Jill says, favorite type of films, horror. I mean, yep, she's gone for horror.
Yeah.
David says, when is Steptoe and Son movie coming to Blu-ray? Don't know. I think it's coming in a collection, I think, with other sort of TV show movies. So I don't know when. I've got the box set of the TV shows, but not the films. So I'll have to look into that. DVD Film Block says, I'm still happy with the DVD set as far as I can tell. It's uncut for the League of Gentlemen. That's cool. Marvel fan says, okay, I've still got Faulty Towers, Only Fools and Horses, Porridge DVD box sets. I do have Little Britain on DVD, but I barely watch it anymore. You should have sold it a couple of years ago when it was going for like 200 quid on eBay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I've still got mine on DVD, the first 3 seasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
DVD Film Bloke says, I have the Faulty Towers set. I will soon get the Porridge set. Only Fools is cut on DVD to Hell and back, and Little Britain never interested him. Marvel fan says, box set of Only Fools and Horses being cut, or is it been made on recent releases? Fuck yeah, we're still watching. Gary says, a great horror movie, in my opinion, is Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me.
I've never seen it, but I know of it.
There's some absolutely terrifying scenes in that film. I think if David Lynch if he had wanted to direct a horror film, I think it would be the scariest movie ever. I think he's got a real knack for making very creepy scenes in movies.
Okay.
Because I know, Andy, you were going through Twin Peaks, weren't you?
Yeah. I've taken a bit of a break from it, but I will get back to it. I'm sort of about halfway through the second series. But it's trippy as fuck. It's just what's going on. But really enjoying it.
That's good. Peter says, I've got my DVD and Blu-ray separate from each other, but I have my Blu-rays alphabetically together and not separated by labels.
Okay.
And he also says, Hobo with a shotgun is good.
Never seen it, so.
It's I think it's a movie that's violent for the sake of being violent.
Yeah, see, I hate them kind of movies. I really do.
Rutger Hauer's great in it. Like he's he's great in it, but it's the violence is very over the top.
Right.
Yeah. David says you should do a Blu-ray collection and 4K collection and Steelbook collection, Euphoria Pictures. That would be nice to see.
I honestly, the reason why I don't do it is because I've seen people do videos of them, and I think they can be a bit repetitive watching them. Individually going through each one of your films, I just think it's I don't think I have the entertainment chaps to keep that anyway entertaining. So I don't think it's something I would do, if I'm being totally honest.
And it would take a long while to film.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I've already put these into the shelves. I don't want to fucking do it again.
True. Peter says, wow, Andy's year sounds amazing at 1.25 speed.
Okay, thanks.
Peter says, never watched a Rob Zombie directed film and don't think I ever will.
You're not missing out. I honestly don't think you're missing out.
DVD from Fun Bloke says you would hate it. I was a guest. Most of my talking would consist of yeah. Peter says I like Revenge of the Sith a lot. Plenty of other cool scenes in it too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Irish Yoda says you can get Horizon for £50 on Amazon plus the PS5 upgrade is free. Oh, thanks for telling me that. I'll have to have a look on that.
Nice. Okay, good.
Marvel fan says hoping Rob Zombie's The Munsters is good. If not, then I'm guessing this will be the last attempt to reboot it. I don't understand why he's doing The Munsters.
Yeah,
it seems an odd fit.
Correct me if I'm wrong as well, but didn't I hear his fucking wife is in that movie as well?
Yeah.
Probably is. Yeah, she's in everything, isn't she?
Yeah, she plays. I can't remember what name is, but the leading
Every
woman character.
single role that woman's in is forgettable.
When is it supposed to be coming out, or don't we know yet?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Stand silence. Peter says DVD bloke. Who said I hate hearing yeah? Tony Crosby. A lot of soundtrack scores are better than the movies. They are better than the movies a lot of the time. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dr. Impossible says, thinking about Rob Lowe, 2 films worth checking out was Bad Influence and a nice thriller from '88 called Masquerade. Lowe always plays rather slimy characters.
Yeah.
He's a bit slimy in St. Elmo's Fire.
Absolutely. Oh, really? Definitely.
Yeah.
DVD from Bloke says, best thing to come out of Revenge of the Sith is Star Wars The Third Gatherers, The Backstroke of the West. Seriously, if you watch Star Wars The Third Gatherers, The Backstroke of the West, it will change your life forever. When I watched it, I was in stitches.
Okay.
Peter says, cool, I'll watch through this later and try and find the part about Andy's favourite Rob Schneider flick. Jules says, night everyone, I'm watching it. Follows, have loads of horror films to get through. It Follows is pretty good. I didn't mind that one.
Yeah.
Peter says, maybe Irish Yoda is really Bono incognito. DVD Film Black says, it's a fan dub based on poorly translated subtitles found on a bootleg DVD of Star Wars Episode 3. Cool.
Just give me a second. I just got to go back for me back in a second.
Yeah, that's okay. I think we're nearly at the end of the comments. I say that, but we've still got 17 people watching. 18 now. Thank you, everybody. Edward says, do any of you guys collect the Disney Movie Club Blu-rays? This is the one you have to get from America, isn't you?
Yeah. No, I don't get anything from them.
No.
Yeah, same here.
I can remember when you used to buy the films here, the DVDs, you used to get a code and you used to save up to buy them online, couldn't you? I used to do that quite a few bits. They should have kept that, but hey. Marvel fan says, good night, Jules. Yep, good night, Jules. Thanks for joining. Peter says, maybe next time you could do a stream. Ryan could join in just 5 minutes, sing a song, and then tune out again. Yeah. DVD Even Film Bloke says, for some reason, I like the opposite. I like collection videos. I try to get a collection video out every May 11th, preferably since that's the anniversary of my YouTube channel. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I look forward to watching that. David says, Only Fools and Horses have you bought the Blu-ray version, or what do you think of it? Oh, that's the one with the specials on.
Yeah.
It's just the specials, isn't it? It's not.
It's only like 5 specials, and I think that's a lot of money for like 30 quid.
Yeah.
I can't really imagine that sort of show looking much better on Blu-ray just because of the quality of it.
Yeah.
So I think Faulty Towers was another, like, that came out on Blu-ray, and I remember
that was only a very small difference.
Yeah, a lot of people complained that it wasn't much better. Yeah.
I did see a comparison, and there was a noticeable difference. The colours were definitely more better on it, but I wouldn't say it's worth 35 quid.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says Rob Zombie's The Munsters is out this year. Possibly UK is getting a cinema release. If not, it will be on Now TV. Isn't Sylvester McCoy going to be in it from Doctor Who?
I think so.
Wow. Jill says Rob Lowe was her first crush. And Jill says, we all love you, Pete. Oh, thanks, Jules. Marvel fan says, haven't seen Rob Zombie's Halloween movies. Could you explain the scene you guys were on about?
Rob Zombies.
Halloween movies.
Well, there's one. I don't know. I don't know if we were talking about it, but there's one scene in that Halloween movie that it's so horrible and it doesn't need to be in the film. And I don't know if you guys know which one, but it's when he's in the mental institute, well, the asylum, and the guard comes into his room with that woman. She's like another patient there, and just the stuff they do to her. It's just it doesn't need to be in the film, and that's a good example of why Rob Zombie's films are so insufferable, because a lot of things like that happen in all of his films.
I think one scene in that film just, really just, it makes you just go, yeah, this is just Rob Zombie true and true.
Yeah.
And it's the scene where Michael Myers, as the kid, goes into his sister's bedroom, Judith, and he has the mask on, and he starts touching her on the leg.
Yeah.
And I was like, where has this come from now? All of a sudden, why he has sexual feelings about his sister? Where only Rob Zombie would come up with this kind of garbage?
Yeah.
That is not Michael Myers. And I don't care. And okay, I get it. You want to do something a bit different. No, it's ridiculous. It's just Rob Zombie through and through. Just disgusting, vulgar crap.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Dr. Impossible says, I'll stick with the original Munsters. Fuck the zombie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Luke says, night guys, it's been brilliant watching. Thanks, Luke.
Thanks, Luke. Take it easy.
Retro Girl says, you'll have to drag me on the live stream one day. Yeah, definitely will be inviting you into a future one. Tony says, I have Disney's Song of the South on VHS. I don't know what it will go for, though, as they won't release it. Oh, yeah, because that's not on Disney Plus, is it? I don't know.
Really hard to get hold of that film.
We've got the 4K lowdown. Rob Zombie's Monsters was supposed to be released in January, but it was pushed back till later this year. No official date has been released yet. Peter says, saying yeah is a lot better than saying you know all the time. Bumpers says, great stream, guys, top lads. Thanks ever so much.
No, man. Thanks again.
David says, hope Katie Powell gets better soon. Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
Hope you get well soon, Katie. DVD Even Film Bloke says, yeah, only Fools and Horses was shot on videotape by some locations filming, so SD it will remain.
Yeah.
Some shows would use tape for studio stuff and film for locations, although sometimes the BBC would just junk the original film insert, so the location film is often upscaled as well. Niall says, hate Rob Zombie's Halloween, but loves his Halloween too.
Oh, I hate that one even more.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard the second one's quite rough, like really bad.
It is, Pete. Make no mistake, it's fucking awful.
Yeah.
Do you know what I hate about that film? Sorry.
That is the holy grail of crap.
Yeah. What I hate most about this film, though, is that the way it starts with, you've got Laurie in the hospital recuperating, and then Michael appears and chases her, and it's a really long, lengthy chase sequence. And I don't want to spoil it, but I just hate how that sequence ends.
Yes.
And when I first saw the film, after that, I was like, right, this film is going to be garbage. It's going to be absolute garbage. I know it.
And never mind about the stupid fucking white horse and whatever the hell that was all about.
Yeah.
Jill says, have never seen American Psycho. Have any of you seen it?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Picked it up on Blu-ray at the weekend.
Ooh, that's good.
I love it. Yeah, phenomenal movie. Yeah.
I've actually got a deluxe edition of that. It's a beautiful edition, and you also get the soundtrack for Hugh Lewis and the News. The not the soundtrack, but the album that
wow. Bumpers Movie says Danny Trejo's famous line in Rob Zombie's Halloween, "I was good to you, Mikey." Absolutely awful.
Yeah. God awful.
DVD from Film Bloke says, if you compare something like 70s Doctor Who with the old film transfers versus 80s Doctor Who with most of the locations films still existing. Peter says, Jill's American Psycho is a great adaptation of the book. The Monsters reboot is apparently going to be released on the 31st of October.
Okay.
Peter says, best Christian Bale performance I've watched in American Psycho.
Yeah, brilliant.
And 4K Lowdown says, thanks for the update. Dr. Impossible says, didn't I see Ryan sing at the Brits this year? The song was The Day My Voice Broke. Apparently didn't win though. Shit. Oh. Jill says, love Christian Bale in Manifest, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Tony Crosby says, nice lads, great as always. Off now. Night of the Living Dead original. Oh, cool. Hope you enjoy it, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgive you.
Peter says, Dr. Impossible, we're now talking about Let's Get Kickin' Ryan, not Ryan Adams, although Ryan Adams is great. The 4K Lowdown, I bought the 4K Steelbook of American Psycho. Really fun.
Yeah.
Ooh. Maybe next year, Ryan. Peter says, I like The Machinist a lot too.
Yeah.
Marvel fans said, this live stream must be in its 5th hour mark by now. We have just gone past 4.5 hours and 19 people are still watching.
Absolutely incredible. Incredible.
Peter says, I also read the book American Psycho, great satire. Jules Downing, wasn't that the one where Christian Bale lost loads of weight?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, his diet was like a coffee and an apple a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Peter says, although the long chapters about dismemberment and stuff like that freak me out a bit in American Psycho. Right, we are now at the end of the comments, so I think it is a perfect time to finish now.
Wow.
I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's been an absolutely...
More comments.
Literally 5 at the same time.
Okay, go ahead with it.
Yeah.
Well,
Marvel fan says there was supposed to be an Addams Family and Monsters crossover, but it never got made as the original cast both died.
Oh,
okay.
Gary North says Hot Take The Last Boy Scout is Bruce Willis's best film. Really fun, some great action.
Great laugh.
And the 4K Lowdown says you've been going for over 4 hours. Holy crap. Yep, can't believe it, but it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Come on, let's do 5 hours. I don't think I could cope 5 hours. DVD from Film Bloke says good night at last since I've got to get up in the morning. Yep. And Peter says, huh? So, yep, we're ending it here tonight. It's been an absolutely tremendous stream. Thanks, as always, Andy and Mike, for coming on. It's been a blast. And thank you, Keith, as always. Definitely a pleasure.
Absolutely. And thank you for having me, Pete. And you know exactly, I was really looking forward to this. So thanks again for having me.
Yep, no problem. Definitely will be asking you again in the future.
Please God, yeah. More than happy.
Yep. And thank you to the 18 people of you at home watching at this time. Brilliant. So yeah, till next week where we'll have Movie Worm and hopefully James Millership will be here. So I'll see you all
Right.
then. Bye.
Take it easy.
Right.
Bye bye.